Menu reader. Off. Press spacebar to toggle.
Okay. Let's continue. Eliza, is there Eliza Fig? Okay. Better than a ghost. It's kind of fit. Let's see. That'll do. Like it. That's not too pretty. What color is fine? Like that.
That was quite something.
It was wonderful.
A few cobwebs and some dust. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. I am indeed a student, but I could... It was wonderful. I believe a few cobwebs and some dust. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Normal. Let's go.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me before the term begins.
Oh, Eleazar!
Eleazar.
George, Glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatre-goers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I...
Best not speak here, Eleazar.
Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea. As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you.
Ages since I'd been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks.
Ah, that's cool. It's gonna be amazing.
Glad I caught you before you left for Scotland.
Just barely.
And who is your traveling companion?
A new student.
New?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
How extraordinary.
It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late.
Nor have I.
Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
Mr. Osric is prone to flattery. I dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the Ministry.
Have you seen this?
I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is.
Although I've yet to convince my colleagues at the Ministry, I believe he is a significant
Dragon
threat.
already. Jesus.
And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago.
Miriam? How?
She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the Ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl, but with no correspondence. I can only assume
That she had to get rid of it quickly. To keep it safe.
presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed.
It looks like goblin metal. That symbol.
What's that glow?
I don't see a glow.
Nor do I. Merlin's beard.
That's cool.
How did you...
Wait! We do not know. Hang on!
They got intense real quick.
Yeah! Yeah! Jump! The key!
crazy way to start the game. I was gonna start off more simple.
Are you alright? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
Okay.
What happened?
Poor George. I can't believe he... What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never...
Professor? Sir, where are we?
I'm not sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a portkey.
Portkey?
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
Wasn't expecting that. I figured he'd
I'm feeling
separate his
better,
way.
sir, if you'd like to look around a bit.
I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this portkey. Or why.
My first thought now is, did Radcliffe voice the character? Sounds like him. Alright, I do want to check. Screen. Blur off. Everything in. We're here right off the bat, okay.
How far did that portkey take us?
Farther from London than the carriage travelled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
Sir, those ruins. Do you
The
think...
portkey was meant to lead us there? I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that portkey to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right, and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be.
Alright, let him run off a bit. I need to turn down everything anyway. Crap. Get fit. Sound effect down. Dialogue so loud. It's fine. Should do it.
Mind your step.
Jesus Christ.
Where do you suppose your wife got the portkey that brought us here?
A good question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
This game is so loud on my
Ancient
headset.
magic?
Yes, a powerful magic wielded by a rare few that seems to have been lost to time. Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic. I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
Still kind of fine, but dialogue is still just massively low. Let's try that.
But sir,
Better.
why was your wife searching for evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block
It's
this
an enchantment.
path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center.
Basic cast. I'll just tap. That's pretty cool.
Excellent!
Use a camera, select an active target. I've gotta hold that down, okay? Ooh. Oh, nice. Okay.
Your
Alright,
wand
nothing in
work's
there.
improving with every cast.
Thank you, sir.
That's cool. Death.
Ah, up there. We're close now. It's just ahead.
Wow. This two just breaking shit. That's all I'm trying to do. We've already seen this in trailers and whatnot. He's gonna repair this. Still pretty cool looking though.
Steady yourself. Reparo!
I see something like this actually takes skill. Like, couldn't have anyone just say repair with that and have it work. Like, you actually, you know, be skillful with it.
Almost there.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were supposed to do something.
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
Not a place for a place like this. Okay. As I just casually blow things. I have switch runnings with you. In the middle of this is the objective. It's an hold to toggle. Best objective details. Investigate?
Professor, this statue...
This may have been his home.
That's actually pretty cool. Is there actually a point to destroying stuff, or is this just to show up? It's kind of do stuff for fun. Oh no. Let's see real quick. So we should be fine. Yeah, I had to change a couple things with the audio, but it should be fine.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking?
Let's find out. No? Okay.
What's this? Professor Fig!
Good time, you slow ass bastard. More stuff happening, you're taking forever.
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
Still, like, can I just like walk through it? That'd be great.
What in Merlin's name?
The goblin.
Godric's heart.
Where are we?
Oh, that's
I can't
cool.
believe it.
Hello?
It can't be.
Such wide eyes. Okay, we're
Just a moment.
Just who?
Ooh. Where are we here? Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Vault number 12, I presume. Precisely.
Yeah, sure, why not?
The key? Hmm?
Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course.
This way, then.
Just like,
Stay close.
here's the question, so is this like before Gringotts actually fully opened, or do we just come in at a secondary door? I don't know.
After you.
Such an odd start to a game. It's for me.
Keep your hands inside the cart if you don't wish to lose them.
This isn't safe at all. Oh, this is gonna be cool. Ooh, yes, I can look around.
How many vaults are there in Gringotts?
Hundreds. In fact, you'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're just beneath the main lobby. The vaults you see
Okay.
now are the newest.
Are private entrances to the bank common at Gringotts?
They are most uncommon. Only one with great wealth or power, or both, could have arranged for such a service. You'll want to take a breath.
Really cool.
A what?
Oh, yep.
That waterfall washes away all enchantments. It's a security measure.
Experienced the thief's downfall before, have you?
Heard of it?
These are the lower vaults that we're passing now.
How deep are we going?
Vault number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4
Oh, God.
centuries ago. It resides in the deepest part of the bank.
So
Settle
that-
in. We've quite a distance to go.
Not anywhere close to their opening then, gotcha. So yeah, this is just our own little doorway.
Vault number.
Vault 12. Momentous day.
On your way.
Professor, the armband that guard was wearing was glowing.
Like the glow you saw on the portkey container?
No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that?
We were just wondering about that goblin back there.
He watches over the oldest section of the bank. Rare anyone goes there anymore.
I guess all the enemies are gonna be, or most of the enemies will be wearing
Here we
whatever
are.
it is that we're able to see.
When was the last time this vault was accessed?
A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited Vault 12 until today.
So we're gonna.
Vault 12.
Thank you for your help.
So head on it.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you
The
might...
instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the holder of the key and then close the door.
Wait!
Professor?
That was certainly unexpected.
Obviously, the
Let
key
me
was meant
think.
for me.
There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps.
Revelio?
Yes, a revealing charm. No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing, shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
Oh gosh, everyone guide along the symbol's path to run the spell. Press the corresponding input. How to accelerate. That's weird. I don't know how I feel about that.
Revelio. There! I saw something.
Move a bit closer and try again.
Definitely sounds very, sounds similar to Danny Radcliffe. Not like 100%.
A door.
Well, that's a start. There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw on the portkey container.
Touch it.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way. Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
Revelio.
That's so cool. It's a Revelio, not Revelio? Couldn't teach me Limau sound, so we just go different.
I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor.
Lumos! What happened?
When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
I didn't do anything.
That statue.
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor. Revelio.
I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait. When you moved,
Oh, that's cool.
the reflection turned in the direction of the light.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
Yes, most, but whatever. That's gonna take time to get used to. You've acquired the Wand Lighting Charm Lumos, which has automatically been slotted to the spell slot. This creates a light up to see, which I already know.
Lumos.
Well done.
Now the reflection is turning towards me. It does follow the light.
Oh, that's cool. Why do I feel a fight coming on?
Look out!
Protego!
How do I know that already? Oh,
Accio!
be fair, they did say it's practice and stuff.
Descendo! Levioso! Deposo! Levioso!
It's be interesting. That is cool. Ooh.
Expulso! Descendo! Levioso!
gotta attack me if they're gonna.
Defindo.
Okay.
Confringo.
That was my own fault. Damn it.
Depozo. Levioso.
Protego!
Ah. Just take time you used to for sure.
Stay close.
Gonna be like, how close do you want me to stay?
Professor! Professor Fig! Professor, where are you? This isn't good. Where am I supposed to go? What's happening? The wisps of magic seem to be leading me somewhere.
These are big.
Ah, that's where they're leading me. That glow again. Lumos.
Oh wait, no.
Revelio. I suppose I'm on my own this time.
But we can do it. I have to just consider it active?
I need to align these statues with their reflections.
We got that. Aha!
It seems I have no choice. I'm going to have to fight my way out of here.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Protego!
Nice. Hold Q during Protego to stun enemies with a stupefied counterattack. Stun enemies take extra damage and hit by gold numbers.
Protego!
Oh. Oh god. Is she even so close?
Protego! Oh, I hit that, come on. Stupid one.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Protego! Stupid one. Stupid one. Stupid one. Protego! Stupid one.
It's gonna take some time to use to, for sure.
Lumos.
Yeah, basically just learn the basics of combat and whatnot, so... But I can sprint, how nice. Should I trust it? casually investigate every little kind of, I guess. The hell is this?
There you are. How did you... What is this place?
I don't know,
Oh, I don't know.
but I found this floating above that basin.
That is no mere basin. That
An
is a
potion.
pensive for viewing memories. I wonder... Follow my lead.
Take a deep breath. Shit.
All is in place. The portkey is well hidden, perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created may be impossible to follow. It will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can. Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, Percival. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it.
I refuse. Now what?
We've done all that we can.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Astonishing.
Because it was his
see
memory.
Magic.
It's yeah.
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries.
Possible.
And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were... rather different than it did a moment ago. Someone's coming.
Who were they?
I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here.
I was right.
Ranrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's vault.
And why are you here?
No need for that. Just give me whatever it is you found here and we can let bygones be bygones.
Employee's like, fuck this, I don't want him to be any part of this.
Sir, they had the key to the vault.
Choose your next words wisely.
I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access
And
only
he's
to
dead.
one with the key, and you didn't have... Oh.
I have no patience for traitors. Now,
He's just sleeping.
where were we?
I'm not giving you anything.
Well, perhaps your young friend here will be more helpful.
He doesn't like fighting in his vault, I'm gonna guess. Okay. Oh, he really did not want anyone fighting in here. I think it's time to run.
I know a way out.
It's not a very good guardian, that's for sure.
Professor! Oh!
Yeah, so they're not like, we're not like walking through it, we're like, we basically touch and it just teleports us.
Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin. He seemed wholly unaffected by my magic.
Is weak.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the pensive, the locket, and the path to both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
Alright. Oh shit. Calling it game of the year. Boom. Don't need any other games this year now. This one's the best. So it also had my thing. So there's a site that you can to basically like get your house and wand. Everything else. From what I heard, the Patronus doesn't carry over. The wand does, I think. I don't know. Did you get a drop from me, or just do you have another stream up for that? It's gonna end up doing. It's gonna have my phone have a stream up for to get the drops while I played. I'd assume I'd have to log off or something on this to.
Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to study this locket as soon as I can, but first I must contact the Ministry. They need to know what happened to George and be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the sorting ceremony?
So essentially, I'm gonna guess you can get drops from any stream then if mine is included, because mine's never been included in something like that. Peekaboo.
Phineas, Nigellus, Black. Prepare yourself to meet the headmaster.
Seem happy though.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem
Enough.
has...
Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're lucky, we might still be able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
It's interesting because I don't have any tags, or at least I didn't put any myself. But hey, I'm happy with it. Are those just the newly sorted people then? Because otherwise that's a... I'm on a...
Professor Weasley, we've one more to be sorted.
Welcome. You're just in time. Have a seat.
How's this gonna go? If it goes off the site, then I know what I already am, which is unfortunate because I know what house I want to go into. We'll see.
Ah, yes. A bit older than the others, aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
Honestly, both, but let's go with with the classes.
I'm looking forward to meeting my professors and learning all I can at Hogwarts.
Indeed. Hogwarts has much to offer a dedicated student. And what you learn in class will prepare you for challenges outside the classroom as well. I wonder... I detect something in you. A certain sense of... what is it?
Curiosity? Ambition.
Is it ambition? I may seem single-minded, but it is important to go after what you want from life.
Interesting. You've recently learned that you possess a rare ability. I detect a growing sense of ambition, an eagerness for power. Perhaps you belong in Slytherin.
You choose an account starting in a house. Slytherin house, known for cunning, ambition, and for power. Accept house. Sword hoots an entrance.
You belong in Slytherin!
Clap, clap, clap. That's pretty cool.
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final, this year's Quidditch season has been cancelled.
Gasp.
Enough! It's not as though I've banned flying altogether. But don't tempt me. You are here to focus on your academic futures. I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
Quite an entrance. It's lovely to meet you. I'm...
Professor Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir. As I was saying, I'm Professor Weasley. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As Deputy Headmistress, it is my distinct honor to show you to your common room. Right this way.
Dude, look at this common room.
It's quite uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. It may be a bit of a challenge, but one I'm sure you're up for.
I can be quite resourceful.
I suspected as much. This is the entrance to the Slytherin common room. In order to enter, one must simply speak the correct password. Aspiration.
Very well. Aspiration.
So cool.
Well done. Now, go on in and get some sleep. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. I shall be back in the morning to collect you for your first class.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy your first night at Hogwarts. Sleep well.
Alright, first common room for ourselves.
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the common room.
Look around for a little. Interact with anything right now. It's fine. Pretty much just like, hey. It should have been a little bit closer for that to happen, but it's fine.
Revelio.
Darn. That'd be kinda cool. Alright, so we open this. So slither. So that's just more.
I suppose some introductions are in order.
That new 5th year.
Must be different. Starting Hogwarts in your 5th year.
Wonder where they're from. They're lucky they didn't end up as dragons.
He's eating everything.
Did you see the way they did the sorting ceremony last night?
Yeah, badass, right?
Already knew that.
Sebastian.
Can I help you? Ah, you're the new 5th year. I'm Sebastian Sallow. Welcome to Slytherin.
Thank you.
Not everyone has a ministry escort to school.
He was a friend of Professor Fig's who merely joined us for the ride.
Still, impressive. Dreadful way to go, poor fellow. Glad you and Fig are all right.
It's exciting.
It was dreadful, certainly, but quite an experience nonetheless.
Interesting perspective. How did you and Fig manage to escape?
It's all still a bit of a blur, to be honest.
Oh, please.
Didn't mean to press. You just get yourself settled. We can talk more later.
What book were you reading?
A spell book I picked up. Has a few interesting things, but not exactly what I was looking for. I'm sure you'll find out soon enough.
Oh,
but not every spell you may need can be found in our assigned textbooks.
Are you saying some spells aren't taught at Hogwarts? Which ones?
Seems I may have met a kindred spirit. That is a conversation for another time. It was good meeting you. Good luck today.
FYI, we are not going the route of using Unforgivable Curses this one. I am Slytherin. These I assume are just all going to do the same thing.
If you do that, you'll lose.
Oh, right, hold on.
Trust me.
Second. Well, a minute actually. It's good.
If you do that, you'll lose. Trust me.
Like hearing her do that over to him.
If you do that, you'll lose. Trust me.
Whatever they're doing, I'm going to assume they're going to lose. I should trust her on that. I also love how my hair is turned like dark blue kind of instead of green because of where we're at. Fuck, come on.
I really hope we get to see, or at least hear today.
Might want to think that again.
Oh, she does have other lines, that's good. Bug me. Alright. Come on. Thank you. Sorry about that.
If you do that, you'll lose. Ugh, not going to move there, are you?
Here, watch this.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Checkmate. Told you.
Try to tell me we can't play chess, please.
You should have listened to me. Ah, I know who you are. You're the new Slytherin, the one who barged in with Professor Fig last night. Interesting tactic on your first day, taking all the attention away from the first years. I'm Amelda, by the way. Shame I wasn't with you in Fig. I could have lured that dragon away. My skills on a broom are legendary.
We handled it. And I think you're underestimating the nature of a dragon. A broom would have been kindling.
Ha, not the way I fly. Perhaps one of these days I'll show you a thing or two about flying. I can teach you more than Kagawa ever could. Speaking of which, I'd like to get in some time on my broom before classes.
Are you a keen Wizard Chess fan? You knew that boy was going to lose the match.
Not really. Much too sedate a pastime for me. Also, it's simply not that challenging. The moves are always so obvious. Why does no one else see it?
Do you have a lot of time to fly during school?
I make the time. There's nothing like swerving through the spires of the castle and around the Quidditch pitch to clear the mind.
That'd be fun.
Goodbye, Imelda.
Nice meeting you.
I really hope we get to see or at least
Second, I want to see. Can I actually? Can. It's not yet. Kind of cool.
What do you think mermaids look? I think I heard one. Doubt mermaids find us that interesting. Ah, based on all the chatter when you entered the common room, I'm guessing you're the new 5th year. I'm Ominous. Ominous Gaunt.
Nice to meet you, Ominous.
Well, you certainly had a memorable arrival.
I'd much rather have arrived on time and without a dragon attack en route.
I'm sure. How horrible. I can only imagine. Well, it's good to have you in Slytherin. Do let me know if I can be of any help as you navigate your first days here.
Did that student say he thought he heard a mermaid?
Yes, but I've never heard of a mermaid showing up outside our common room window. It is fun to play along, though. Been known to keep some first years on the lookout for hours.
Were you expecting to be sorted into Slytherin?
Most certainly. My family on my father's side are direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Not something I'm especially proud of, mind you. He was obsessed with blood status, a pure-blood maniac. Unfortunately, most of his descendants do not fall far from that tree.
Thank you, Ominous. Very nice to meet you.
Pleasure was all mine. Don't be a stranger.
Interesting person.
Is the new 5th year Slytherin in here?
Nope.
Professor Weasley's waiting for you just by the stairs.
What in the... Oh, I thought those were the legs of this. Just okay. It's a mermaid just propped up on a thing. Okay, I was very confused. Let's head on out. Hello.
Good morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a 5th year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind.
Right.
Especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
OWLs? Owls?
Yes, your ordinary wizarding level exams. They will determine what type of career you can have when you leave here. After much discussion with the headmaster and the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success.
All right.
Here you are.
What is it?
It's cool.
It is a wizard's field guide. It will help you to keep track of what you are learning so that you master all that's expected of a 5th year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable resource.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
What you said, obviously.
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test.
I mean, it's...
This way.
Or this way.
I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when I was a student. Using the guide will also train you to be alert to your surroundings.
I'm actually curious, hold on. Is this actually... Oh, it does! I like it. That's so cool.
The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic
Darn.
and educate yourself about wizarding lore.
So cool.
Do keep up.
Behind you.
Why don't you cast Revelio on that statue and see what details the field guide can provide?
A chest with an eyeball looking at me, that's really kind of creepy.
Revelio.
Oh. Kelpie statue guide pages. Statue depicts the Kelpie, a shape-shifting water demon named Carolyn the Great Britain. Usually takes the form of a long maned, largest Kelpie ever. It's a Loch Ness monster. Just unlocked a field guide challenge your progress toward. Challenges are the only way to acquire experience points or XP. Your wizarding level, it's your wizarding level. XP is earned from challenges. XP earned. Wow. Progress. Select challenge to continue. Just gonna.
Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that. Inside and
Revelio.
How do I what's that? Oh, sorry. There's a chest in there too.
Ah, good timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use flue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall.
Divided out set of the map where students live and it's kind of all staircase. See the of it. Did flames be discovered? I decided. Interesting with the surrounding tower. Central. Indeed. So that begs the question, why wouldn't they have this? Why wouldn't Hogwarts have to keep that? Seems like a good idea. Oh, don't know where to go.
And here we are. Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall. Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive, our King's Cross station, so to speak. That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
Come on, ball charms.
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard, and a talented teacher.
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become auras. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Hecat in charge of our students' education in that regard.
And what's Hogsmeade?
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain, and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
Sure.
We did take a bit of a detour on the way here. Ended up exploring some ruins and... I shouldn't say more.
Exploring ruins? Well, I presume Professor Fig has his reasons for keeping the details to himself for now. Speak of the devil, Professor Fig. Your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
Ah, I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself. Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to explain the details of the field guide's map?
Of course.
Thank you.
Kinda curious about something, but I'll wait till I can.
Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide. It will be invaluable to you. And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date on your progress.
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you've attended both classes today, and I'll explain more about those assignments I mentioned. And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
Curious.
Revelio.
I'm curious about that, but we'll talk to you first.
It's good to see you, Professor.
And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today, before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you and Professor Weasley talking about exploring ruins?
Oh, not at all.
She caught me off guard. I didn't tell her anything else about our travels here. I will say, I think she suspects we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now. We don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map? Unfold it and have a look.
And when it comes down to this, is actually a really cool way to track stuff. The rules are locked by spell and or level requirements. In these cases, you will need the acquired level and or have the required spell to activate the quest. New spells can be earned by completing assignments. Quest rewards. Alright.
The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead, what with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
I have two questions, but one of them made,
Revelio.
That's cool. So my question now though, like, so they do, right, what, 1890 something like that? Like, dragons just kind of roam. Why not? It's gonna be kinda cool. I swear. Now these are more headwear. General. Alright. That could have been our first introduction there. Unfortunately, already flew by.
Revelio.
Got a lot. What are these? Can't do anything with it yet.
Lumos.
Ah, yes I can. What's that do? I don't know. Hang on. Ah, well, we know what we'll go to.
Revelio.
Okay, that's just creepy. Anyway. Get in front of everybody. Oh, that's just that. Damn. chest in there. Charms.
Revelio.
Professor Ronan tends to go on a bit. We sometimes have to remind him to finish the lesson.
Some of us don't necessarily want him to get back to the lesson.
The sorting hat took ages to sort that poor first year from Upper Hogsmeade. Couldn't find a strong enough trait, is my guess. How awkward.
I haven't been feeling myself at all. I'd swear someone put Glumbumble treacle in my tea.
My sister read me, no.
Quest. How will we spell that today? On this.
Here, behind you. There is an open seat here.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student. Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Yeah, just now, apparently.
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this will be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work, but I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge. Right, now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms? Anyone? Anyone? Hmm? I am afraid it is too late to study now. The summer months must have really taken a toll on you all. By the looks of it, you all spent your holidays practicing Obliviate on one another. Do you even remember how to perform a basic summoning charm? Well, it seems that we are in dire need of review. Everyone get into pairs and take positions on opposite sides of the classroom. Now let's put those textbooks to use as the blunt objects you so believe they are, and take turns summoning them out of one another's hands. Only one book will be needed per partnership, Miss Dale. Thank you. Get into place now.
Oh, she did set me up. It's messed up. Say what you want. Blah 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 blah.
Accio.
Aha! I win.
That is not bad.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and it is an exceptionally lovely day, I was thinking that we might have ourselves a little excursion outside for a spot of fresh air. After me.
I mean, he's charming. Sorry to be not. So upset that we didn't get to see peacefully.
I've always found that fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree. So, what better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test, right?
Hell yeah, it is.
So why don't we have our newest student start us off?
Well, that's just rude. You can have me start it. Alright.
Very simply, cast Accio on one of the spheres and relinquish your charm at the last possible moment.
Accio.
Think of this like splendid.
No. Actually count as 50? Or are you lying to me?
That's it.
control there.
As you say, I'm like, more? What? Hello?
Very good. Points to Slytherin. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition.
There you go.
Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up.
You'll be the blues just as before, and Miss Onai, you are playing red. Clear?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Let us see this.
Are you serious?
That is how it's done.
Okay.
Accio.
Oh, nope, too far, too far. Oh.
Very good.
Watch
Oh.
this.
Can I hit hers off? 100% attempting to hit hers off. Okay. Damn, not strong enough.
Well done. Here we go.
Alright, so she's good. She knows.
Accio.
That was way too hard.
That's it.
Oh, that'll do it. All right. Right.
Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
Be sharp.
Okay.
That is how it's done.
Second.
Accio.
Excellent control there.
Looks like the box don't really matter either. Like you can just hold it down anyway. It's like it. I don't trust that. Yeah, see? Oh god, nope, nope. Give this off.
Not to worry.
Here we go.
Well, that's her issue. She stops. Can't stop.
Accio.
Ow! Still went too hard on that. That's my fault. All good.
Very good, both of you. Well done.
I had to get the timing there. Good though. It's fine. As if I know what the characters from Fable sound like anymore.
Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
I haven't played Fable 3 since, I don't know.
Well
7
done
years.
back there. You took the loss in stride. Didn't want to go too easy on you. Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
Thank you, but I've been holding my own.
I appreciate your confidence. I transferred here from Wagadu just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it, we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
I meant then the way of I don't know who the person is.
This may seem an odd question, but is magic the same there as it is here?
Mostly, yes. But I did have to learn how to use a wand when I arrived here. Hardly anyone at Wagadu uses one.
Spells cast without a wand must be less powerful than those cast with a wand.
No, not at all. Wizarding magic cast without a wand is just as powerful. I find wandless magic to be much more instinctive. Not to mention quite convenient if one is without their wand. I must admit, however, that I am growing quite fond of using a wand. It seems very dramatic.
Is Wagadu a castle, like Hogwarts?
Its address is Mountains of the Moon. It is not so much a castle as a beautiful edifice carved out of the mountainside. I remember the first time I saw it, the mist was so thick I could hardly make out anything at all. And then it just materialized before me, this enormous school that seemed to be floating in midair.
Oh, it is a castle.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding school.
Thank you for asking. I do miss Wagadu, but I am glad to be here at Hogwarts. Ah, I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting. Until next time.
Of course, you can use Accio on humans, if you're so inclined.
Well, you'd be using it on clothing, to be precise, Sebastian. You know it won't work on humans.
She said that like she was looking at him, but he was here.
A word, if you would.
She might. Wait, never mind. Yeah. Her mom.
You wanted to speak with me, Professor?
I don't remember.
I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation?
Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir.
What charm is there in the expected? Miss Onai is a talented witch. Take it in stride. One often gains the most from the battles one has lost.
Of course, Professor. It was a challenging match.
Miss Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you instruction outside of the ordinary curriculum. Expect to hear from me soon regarding a special assignment that I am preparing for you.
Sweet. HP, it's nice. Oh, there now.
Hello there. You're the new student, aren't you?
Yep.
Hello, you wanted to speak to me?
Samantha Dale. I've been eager to meet you. You're the student everyone's been whispering about. Hope your first day's going well. You certainly seem to hold your own in charms.
Challenging?
Thank you, but it really wasn't all that challenging.
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble and to trust your abilities. Then again, he tends to be a bit overconfident in his. Well, better see to my charms homework. I find Professor Ronan's lessons a bit more challenging than you do.
Revelio.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
They're not automatically do it? Is this?
I'm not telling lies, Peeves. It was Albert Booth.
Oh.
It was Basil Flack.
Oh God. Okay.
Stop it, Peeves. You'll get us in trouble.
In trouble you will be, but you can't give Peeves a smack. She says it's a boo, and he says it's a flat.
Peeves, enough. You'll get us all detention. And you're both wrong anyway. It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't Boot and it wasn't Flack, but you're all in trouble with Professor Black.
The fact that you can still hear him.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Lumos.
How do I get that to activate? T do? Not what I want. Let's see. 0 question mark.
Revelio.
It's 2 question mark. So if I want to try. See, no. That's 1 question. Okay, so Jesse. I mean, it is, but welcome to something I'll never figure out.
Revelio.
Someone.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Just kind of chilling.
Professor Howard was carrying. Obviously, I asked her.
It's the kitty. One cat pet. Staircase.
Revelio.
It's gonna frustrate me. So it was what, a question mark? Let's see. This is why I hate so bad at puzzles. Like, what? So, yeah, maybe, hold on. So, if we go off of, oh wait. Okay. Makes more sense now. Got it, I'm just a dumbass. Okay. Actually, what the hell is that animal though? Oh, spider and then, no idea. So. Actually, that would be. Okay. Simple math.
Revelio.
I hate myself for not realizing that sooner. Prefect school. Statue. Congratulations, I did my first incredibly easy.
What are you up to now?
Trying to let you on fire, apparently. Anyway. Let's head off to... very much I'm gonna... yeah, puzzles are gonna take... to try and figure it out, so... We're here.
Revelio.
That... 2 kitties! At you. I know. Aren't you too? Oh, I want... oh, wait. Matters.
Revelio.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Lumos.
This is why the
Revelio.
Oh, there he is.
Accio.
Darn.
What do you think you'd find there? Answers to your exams? If I discover even a trace of dark magic, I'll take you straight.
Look at me!
Oh, I'm slightly disappointed that actually ruined the howler there, but you need to. Okay, that's creepy. Creepy. Eyeballs.
Stupefy! Stupefy!
Is that all you've got? Bombard!
Levioso!
Professor Hecat!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces in your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge.
I really like her wand.
To the wise, age matters very little. Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso! A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small.
Oh God. No, the fact that her wand like lights up, like half her wand lights up. Of course, maybe I haven't noticed it on my own, but
Now, let's try something a little larger. Let us begin with the basic cast. See how the dummy deflected your cast?
I do.
This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, a surprise. Good. Now, well done.
Stuff really?
Very good. But the best way to practice is by dueling.
Hell
We'll
yeah.
start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel, using only Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may begin.
Levioso, this can't be your first duel. Let's just...
If only all of my students were this adept. I do
Protego.
enjoy
Levioso.
lively duels. Use the basic cast when your opponent's guard is down.
Not even on the table anymore.
Not bad for a beginner. You give as good as you get.
Obviously, real fights would be harder than that, but
I put you on the spot, and you rose to the challenge. Points to Slytherin.
Thank you, Professor Hecat. glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things from you. I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely, goblins, is a different kettle of Grindylows entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments.
Well, I think that question is, what exactly is the
That's
basic
enough
cast?
spectacle for one day. Class is dismissed.
It's the only thing that's going to bother me about what the actual basic cast is. Hey.
Oh, I'm not much for dueling. I prefer to keep things friendly.
Nice work.
I enjoyed that.
Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it.
It was certainly good practice.
Practice? Felt more like I was dueling an expert. Didn't expect a new student to be so deft with a wand. Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel.
Use a wand. Never used my wand in combat.
In fact, it was. Perhaps I have a knack for it.
Be coy if you like, but I know better. Magic requires intention and talent. You know, you might be a perfect fit for a certain exclusive, unsanctioned dueling organization.
Like it.
Exclusive and unsanctioned. Count me in.
Excellent. Knew I was right about you. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going to need to break the rules now and then. Whether it's joining a secret dueling club, or sneaking into the restricted section of the library, you just have to be clever enough not to get caught.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Pleasure chatting with you. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Perhaps somewhere unsanctioned? We'll see if your performance today was sheer luck, or actual skill. Look for Luke and Brattleby near the clock tower entrance. If you're interested. Till next time.
If you know the right spells, it's dark wizards that'll fear you, not the other way around.
Eyes are free still.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Alright, quest log, what we got? We'll do this first. I was going the right way, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so what I do want to try and figure out is what trying to do. A&D. Curious about this.
Revelio.
Maria is just like accepting to be in it, or not? Seem to find out.
from the toilet bowl where she said I could swim, did you praxia mole? As long as 'twere only 1 time per week, I can plunge the boy's lavatory, not for the meek.
Please, Peeves, you'll make me late.
He tried to stop me, did rancorous carp, sought to trap me, confine me inside of a jar. But he failed, as did his containment charms, so I took my revenge to wreak havoc and harm. It was granted my privileges be handsome indeed, or I'd fire up the cannon, and so she agreed. To draw up a contract with her, not with him, that if I behaved, I'd have 1 weekly swim! Whee!
I'll get you for this.
Ah, I can't take the books. That's unfortunate.
Revelio.
You see more P's than I thought I would.
Lumos.
That doesn't do anything there. Castle's friggin' neat. Okay, so that worked for that. That's so weird.
Revelio. Lumos. Levioso.
Nice.
Can I help you?
Sure.
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for you, that's all I need to know. I coordinate duels for crossed ones. A dueling club of sorts. It's invitation only, so you must have really impressed Sebastian.
Apparently I shot him in the balls.
I seem to have a knack for dueling.
Then you've come to the right place.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up, the winner is awarded a prize. Interested?
Yep.
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides, in crossed ones, you could duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone. So, care to step into the ring?
Yeah.
Get me in the ring.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll make you regret signing up.
Alright, break through yellow shield with control spells. It will like spell, Levioso, target caps lock, let you when aiming. No thanks on that one though.
Levioso.
Expulso.
Oh, hit the wrong thing there.
Protego.
The winner. Levioso.
Stupefy. Stupefy.
Yep, just let us sit down.
Nice work. Sebastian wasn't wrong about you. There's strong competition ahead, but keep this up and you could be the next school champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. Now, it takes time to organise these duels, but check with me later. I may have something lined up for you. Again, congratulations on your first crossed ones victory. Well fought.
What do I get for the prize?
Hope to see you back here again.
That for later. Probably for later. Let's complete a list. Alright, so gotta head back here. Kind of. Okay, yeah, so see, none of those are. Ah, we'll go here. So I guess 2 high up the staircase or anything. Fine. I'm sure I can just come right to the classroom itself too, right? It's all good. Can't.
Revelio.
Darn. Oh, we're going back out. Aha! Yeah, like some of those aren't being discovered for some reason. Kitty. Ooh. That was cool.
What about the room, Professor?
I was thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
That's where we're gonna go to the...
Excuse, Deke.
It's so cool.
Ah, there you are. I trust your first classes went well?
They did, Professor.
I heard as much from Professors Hecat and Ronan. Seems Professor Fig taught you quite a bit during your brief detour near... what was it you said? Some ruins? I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
Professor Fig, said he?
Have you and Professor Fig not discussed my training?
He continues to be reticent about the details, mentioning only a few spells. Revelio, was it? And Lumos?
That's correct, Professor.
I see. Like trying to get a sonnet from a streeler. Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
Right.
Professor Ronan did mention something about that.
In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign your first one. Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier, we've arranged to replace the supplies lost on your way here, including seeds, potion recipes, and spellcrafts.
Thank you, Professor.
And Mr. Ollivander will connect you with the perfect wand. You've managed your classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far superior.
Can you tell me more about the potions shop, Professor?
J. Pippin's Potions stocks a wide array of potions ingredients, although they rarely sell recipes. Professor Sharp asked that they have a couple of particular recipes on hand for you.
I've never heard of a spellcraft before, Professor. What is it?
A spellcraft is a recipe of sorts used when conjuring objects. I shall explain more about them when you begin working with transfiguration magic.
There's an Ollivander's in Hogsmeade.
There is. Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair me with a wand.
I assume we go to Diagon Alley.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Very well. I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate. Help you get your bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
Go Sebastian since he's a fellow Slytherin.
I'd like to go with Sebastian.
Glad to hear it. Mr. Sallow is a capable young wizard, and he knows the area. He'll keep you well clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables en route.
Rookwood?
A rather unsavory local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including his right hand of sorts, Theophilus Harlow, if you can. Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
Awesome. Freaking out a little bit. This feature Professor Ronan is receiving for its assignment. Assignments are types of quests given to you by Hogwarts professors that, when completed, or you with new spells. So, assignment will be the Charm Reparo. Require complete quests. I'll pay you just in case.
Revelio.
Ah, there you are.
It's found in the transfiguration courtyard of a wyvern. Hop and serves it together. Despite rumors to the contrary, started by Sir Cadigan. This is most surely not meant to be the wyvern of Way, slain by the life.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor.
Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that. The mending charm Reparo. Fixes things right up, makes a broken object good as new in the blink of an eye.
It seems as if that might come in handy.
More frequently than one would imagine. As Professor Weasley mentioned, I am not the only one who will be teaching you spells outside of class in an effort to catch you up with your peers. A number of your professors have agreed to do so as well, but first, each shall ask that you complete a few preliminary tasks to hone your magic. I have arranged some for today. See them through and then report back to me. We will have you casting Reparo in no time.
The purpose of the task.
Why must I first complete tasks to learn Reparo?
No lesson or lecture can compare to first-hand experience, and these tasks should provide you with just that. Such experience is invaluable when mastering any new bit of magic.
I'll start on the task right away, Professor. This is the right area. I wonder where the flying page is.
There.
Accio.
Can I use Accio on it? Do I just jump to grab it? Oh, no, no, it's that, okay. They wanted me to do it for a second, so.
A flying page must be around here somewhere.
If only a new student were to help me with my sad predicament.
Are you alright?
Don't you know who I am? Zenobia Noak, the girl whom everyone at school hates for no reason.
Really?
Everyone hates you. Why?
Because Hogwarts is full of bullies and spoil sports. Leander Pruitt's one of the worst, that no-talent moon mind. I wanted to make some new friends, and so I brought my collection down to the common room. My gobstone collection, that is. I was hoping someone would want to play. Are you familiar with gobstones? Little balls, like marbles. Grand game. And if you lose, they spray you with a foul-smelling liquid.
Gobstones?
I got
Sounds like a fun challenge.
That's what I tried to tell everyone. People can be so cruel. Just because they're sprayed all over with smelly gobstone spit.
Can't imagine why they don't like her.
For losing. Imelda is one of the worst losers. Everett and Astoria are terrible as well. And now those poor losers have taken my gobstones and hidden them in very high places all over the school.
Rather an overreaction on their part.
Excuse me.
I'll say. Anyway, I can't work out how to get them back on my own. I don't think I know the necessary spells yet. I need someone, perhaps a selfless and talented 5th year to help me.
Do you have any suggestions on how to get your gobstones down from their hiding spots?
If I knew that, I'd get them myself. Whoever hid my gobstones that high got up there somehow.
I'll see what I can do.
I'd appreciate the help. If you do find all of my gobstones, do come and see me again. I'll be back to playing Snake Pit and Jackstone by myself in no time.
Revelio.
Here's there's a...
Accio.
It's over here. It's actually taking me to a gobstone right now.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Revelio. Accio.
Well, that's one of Zenobia's gobstones. I hardly see what all the fuss is about.
What about that? Now? Actually, not gonna be too hard to do. You know what? Yeah, let's do this real quick. Hard to do. The wandering. Just sound like you're not gonna let me in here.
Accio. Revelio.
What
Lumos.
am I missing?
Revelio.
Lumos. Hello. I don't believe we've met.
Oh, hello. I'm Lenora. Pardon me if I seem a little distracted at the moment. Everyone thinks I'm utterly balmy. Samantha thinks I'm potty. But it's this painting. I never noticed it before. If I know Hogwarts, and I do, an empty frame doesn't appear for no reason.
Oh.
There's something more to this.
Are there any other empty paintings like this around the school?
Yes, a few. This entire place is somewhat of a riddle, to be honest. If I can work out the riddle of this one, I'll know what to do with all of them. As good a place as any to begin.
If I have the time, I may look. Could be intriguing.
I've been racking my brains long enough. I hope you'll have better luck than I have.
Lumos.
Do come and find me.
That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby.
Stairs. Is that what those are for? They just reveal a spot like that?
This looks like the location from the painting. What could be so special about it?
Revelio.
Lumos. Let's get you back to your frame, little moth.
What? Dude, what is this gonna do? I'll get you in a second page, hold on.
Ha! I knew there was a connection. I should tell Lenora that I solved the puzzle of that empty frame.
That is cool.
Revelio. Accio.
Oh, it's so cool. Why, look at that.
Lenora, I solved the mystery of that painting.
You did? How?
I'm smart.
I found the location depicted in the painting, and then I cast Lumos to guide a moth back to the frame.
All very logical, I suppose. Pity I was so close to solving it. You have a knack for solving riddles. Natty's good at that too. So is Meat, although he does tend to over-explain. Well, I'm glad someone figured it out.
The moth.
Curious. Anyway. Quests. And the handle's cool. Alright. This way. Yeah, I'll have to spend some time to like just looking at paintings all day too.
Accio.
Challenge. Oh. Pleasure Cape. Oh, gotcha. Nice. Gobstone.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Yes, that's why we're here. Good job. Proud of you.
Revelio.
It's just. Do I trust this? Statement of the hands. The marketed? Anyway, students in the practice of palmistry depend. The red and die in the fall. Disturbing. Flex directions my just offer position of division at Hogwarts School. Prospect to join our distinguished faculty. Please inform us attention as soon as possible. But I just completely. What's this thing?
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Accio.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio. Accio.
Oh God. Down. First thought maybe we're going outside for this, but no, we should be this way. Upstairs. Kidding me, right?
Revelio. Lumos.
I actually can't tell. Wait, are all those meant to be close to? I assume they're gotta be close. It's Ravenclaw. Oh God.
Revelio.
Question marks. Don't know what that. Oh, hey, look. Look at that thing. Found it. I want to search you. Good job, sweet. Ow, okay. At them? Ah. So not cool. Portraits. What?
Lumos.
Come with me. to be. Yeah, I can't imagine this is actually supposed to be hard, but this leveling up is gonna be kind of simple. It's right away.
Revelio.
So
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Accio. Levioso.
these are all the same, and that's not too hard. Ooh, staircases. I just realized we haven't dealt with the movie Staircase, so it's coming. Which kind of sad that the painting's not like purring. Oh God.
Revelio.
Let's see. My review. Let's see. Not that one. Should be that. Doesn't make sense. Hold on. Sure. Doesn't seem right. Did I count that wrong? Oh, I did that one wrong. Okay. Cat. Math is hard. Eat Quidditch gloves, cool. Stuffed toy dragon. Speed this one up.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Looks like that he does point out when.
What are you up to now?
Accio.
Yes, they actually point out that we're like close
Revelio.
to it. What's this? Hogwarts Herbology. Recognition of skill in the Herbology Hogwarts. So it's a special award for the 70. Garlic from Soto. About to. We compare that to bouncing bulbs. Her work with Laura has exceeded all expectations. Anyway.
Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Accio.
That's the last of Zenobia's gobstones. I should go and see her.
Should. Sure. think. Also, I'm curious. So, like, I've already gone by one of the food networks that I just followed. Didn't actually. Like, yeah, I went by one of the food networks, just never lit up. So I'm curious about that. Why did it?
I hope you've had more luck than I did tracking down my gobstones.
Hello, Zenobia. I found all your gobstones.
Really? I didn't think it was possible. However did you do it?
Common sense and basic magic.
Well, may I have my gobstones back?
Sound kind of rude.
Of course. They are yours after all.
Oh, how wonderful. I shall dedicate all of my future victories to you. Speaking of which, now that I have all my gobstones back, I wonder if anyone in the common room would be up for a game.
What idea?
I'm sure they'd be willing to play after the trouble spent getting them back. It's a fine idea.
Isn't it?
I got my teeth
Oh,
there.
we'll have so much fun together laughing as all the losers get sprayed, which won't include me. Very well, off I go. Wish me luck.
I want to play. Just that. Okay. Kinda. Yeah. Oh, didn't. First check images. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have to repair it even do this one, so or to do the Hogsmeade one.
I trust the preliminary task.
I completed the assignments, Professor.
Marvelous. You clearly know your way around basic charms. Let us give the old mending charm a try then, shall we? Remember to be deliberate in your enunciation and movements. I want to see some vigor. Now, wand at the ready.
Yes, sir.
Remember, your wand is a conduit of your magic.
Okay. As bad as I thought it would be. Mending charm repair can be used to mend broken objects and pieces of the environment.
That's it. Very good. If you would like to practice mending something, have a go with that broken statue in the alcove by the water. It allegedly symbolized heartbreak.
Reparo.
Pretty cool. Oh, dude. That's freaking out a bit. Yeah, that's freaking out. Statue or something? What else was there? That's it? Alright. That's all I had to do, that's weird. It's freaking out still.
Revelio.
Oh, that's cool. Hopefully there's not too many issues like that, but see, won't we? Hey, shh. We're a suit of armor. We're not supposed to talk.
Revelio.
Nothing.
Well, fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, fancy.
Hello, Sebastian.
Ah, my new charge. I'm told you're in dire need of supplies, and I'm to accompany you into Hogsmeade for them. Is this your first foray into the village?
It is. I haven't left the castle since I arrived.
Here for a
Well,
day.
I shall endeavour to be the very best of guides, then. Hogsmeade's a charming little place. Self-contained, too. We should be able to find you everything that you need. Shall we?
Like the way he said it was like, oh, I've been here for years and I've never left. No, you've been here for a day. Not even a day. Sweet.
I was glad Professor Weasley asked me to join you today.
As am I.
It's good.
Thank you, by the way.
Of course. You're the only one who's ever bested me in a duel. The way I see it, I'd be wise to keep an eye on you. Speaking of Weasley, she seems to have taken quite a shine to you.
Has she? That's nice to hear.
I'm still surprised that a professor would entrust me with anything, given my detention record.
Spend a lot of time in detention, do you?
Just enough to keep me well-rounded.
Blind.
Speaking of detention, this trip to Hogsmeade might have saved me from one.
Glad I could be of
Kind of
service.
hogs.
Madam Scribner, the librarian, was on the hunt for me, as is often the case. Professor Weasley came to retrieve me, and I was able to convince old Scribner that I had somewhere to be.
Probably just kind of an excuse for us to see the world, honestly. Okay with that.
So how did you manage to get on the librarian's bad side?
Well, I suspect it's a matter of differing opinions. She thinks I shouldn't be allowed in the restricted section, and I, on the other hand, am inclined to disagree. Oh, just one moment. This is an excellent spot for
Revelio.
lacewing flies. They're pretty to look at. If you stew them long enough, they make a powerful potion ingredient.
Hell? Don't even know.
Merlin's beard from the Forbidden Forest. Look!
What's going on?
See for yourself.
Hypocrites.
Quite a sight, isn't it? You certainly don't see that every day.
Do you think Poppy's already seen the hippogriffs? Absolutely.
To the left is the Forbidden Forest. Out of bounds to all students.
Oh,
Unnatural will
hence
go
the
there
name.
very soon.
Precisely. They think it's too dangerous. I think they need to have more confidence in our defensive abilities. Ah, you can see Hogsmeade just past those ruins up ahead. Have you had much of a chance to explore the castle?
A little? It's positively enormous.
It is that. I've been there 5 years and barely scratched the surface. Roads to see, places to see.
Oh? Any you'd like to share with the class?
Oh, dude.
Perhaps one day. I can't go around telling you all my secrets now, can I? You still haven't told me how you became so good at dueling.
Actually, those are not. Keep going, keep going. Behind you.
always thought Thestrals pulling a carriage a bit grim. Though I suppose most people don't actually see them at all.
But you can see them.
Unfortunately. But you've seen quite a bit yourself firsthand too. Most notably that dragon attack. Hopefully the rest of your year isn't as eventful.
It will be. Gotta put the cat.
Desperately need to improve.
Gotta pet the cat. You didn't even stop to pet the cat with me.
Mr. Moon. He's the Hogwarts caretaker. Looks a bit worse for wear.
Almost.
Hello, Mr. Moon. Have you met our new 5th year?
Pleasure. You might want to turn back, Mr. Sallow. Turn and run.
Is everything all right, sir?
Oh, look right at me. Eyes big as saucers.
What did, Mr. Moon?
Demi guys. Ugly and airy and terrifying. I shall be at the castle where it's safe. Good luck to both of you.
A demi-guise? I don't know what he's putting in his pumpkin juice, but he's obviously had too much of it. I've never seen Mr. Moon in such a state.
I don't want to.
Revelio.
Moon is quite the character. My sister Anne thinks he's lovely.
Accio.
Caretaker.
Oh, is your sister in Slytherin too?
She is. Or rather, she was.
But on Moonstone,
She's not well at the moment, but she'll be better soon and back at Hogwarts.
So much you can do. Flying's gonna be super fun too. Oh, kitty.
Honestly, if one could bottle the magic of this place. I don't know if it's the shops or the people, but there's just something about Hogsmeade.
We all flock to it like moths to a flame.
It's a good place. To pile cauldrons for some reason.
So how would you like to do this? Weasley told me you had a list of things to get. A wand and some other bits.
Some other bits.
Dittany seeds, some spellcrafts, and some potion recipes.
Perfect. Can't wait to see what you do with the new wand. And a short list gives you plenty of time to poke around the village. I just have to pop into a shop to find something for my sister. Let's meet up in the town circle when you're finished. Remember, have fun. It's Hogsmeade.
Villages brimming with different sites, shops, and other points of interest that you can using your guide's map. Kidding. I've showed shops and points of interest. Tracking behind. First, I wanted the wand last, naturally.
Oh, I don't think anyone in the
Scrolls.
This used to be an honest town. Pushing the powers through.
That's cool.
Welcome to J. Pippin's Pushins.
Don't mind me if I just steal a scarf.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, thank goodness. When I heard the bell, I thought you were Miss Lawang.
Not that she deigns to come here. Though, I don't believe I've seen your face here before, either.
It's my first time in Hogsmeade, actually.
Is it really? Well, Parry Pippin at your service. And this is J. Pippin's Potions. Potions for all ailments. You'll have read it on the sign, of course, but Grandfather always made me say it in full. How may I help you today?
Professor Weasley sent me to collect some recipes. I'm new at Hogwarts.
You're the student she sent the owl about. I set your things aside immediately. I suspected if you're anything like I was at your age, you'd want your potion supplies. Is it not the most fascinating art, potion making? Rivals anything you can do with a wand, I've always said.
Are potions really that versatile?
They may not be as showy as spellwork, but make no mistake, they are just as powerful. They can heal, destroy, protect. You'll discover all of this soon enough. As it's your first time in, I should mention that it's not just potion recipes I sell. I also offer ready-made drafts for all manner of uses, and I unveil new ones from time to time. Pop in when you can so you don't miss out on anything. But for now, let's get you those recipes, shall we? What can I do for you today?
Let's see, I'm assuming him. That.
Feel free to take a look at the rest of my inventory, or come back another time if you're in a rush today.
It only costs a bunch of money that I don't have. Let's see. Ooh, it's an extra. Sir, would you like to buy the scarf bag that I just stole from you? Tropes. Yeah, what's extra? Actually, that brings to mind then. So can I? Gear. Nice, nice, okay. Swear. If I recall, wasn't there a way to... That's so creepy. Is there a way to like make it so that you don't see it like that? I just don't remember what it said for. It said you click on something. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Oh. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. So we can do that as well. That's just fun up being eaten. Okay, there we go. That's what I was thinking. I can wear it and not actually love it. Okay, tome, magic keep. This is right there.
Revelio.
I mean, come on. Another time.
Accio. Revelio.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay.
Well, hello there.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the seeds Professor Weasley arranged for me to collect.
Oh, the dittany for the new 5th year. I take it that's you then. Merlin's beard.
What kind of
Starting
clips are you
Hogwarts
making?
as a 5th year. You must be positively reeling from it all.
Not at all. I'm choosing to see it all as one big adventure.
Well,
Yes.
bravo. Not everyone has the temperament to take things as they come. Name's Timothy Teasdale, by the way, and this is my shop, the Magic Neep. I keep the cart out here because I like a good chat. Can't very well be in the thick of things if I'm hidden away inside now, can I?
I suppose not.
In addition to seeds, I have plenty of plants. Grow everything myself. My speciality is potion ingredients. Even Pippin purchases from me.
Sweet.
But what say we get you a packet of Dittany seeds?
Sounds good. Give me some seeds.
Let me guess. You're after something fresh.
Just
Do
the
have a look
seeds.
around. Plenty of ingredients to pique your interest, I'd wager.
Sorry, I don't. I have 0 gold right now. What's this? Just your gold, sir. Let's see, was it tomes? I think that's this one. Yep. Off to the ow. Which actually reminds me, say, can you hear the music at all? Like, I can hear it, obviously. It's just not like, it's not overpowering. I just want to make sure it's something there, I guess. They're all locked up. It's funny they actually have giant locks on them. So it's for our purpose to know if they're actually locked up. It's just funny to see.
An inquiring mind.
Ooh. Why the hell did that? What? Excuse me for a second. I gotta go up here and see what's up. Yeah, sneeze. There we go. Okay.
Revelio. Accio.
I just stole some gold. That's cool.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the spellcrafts Professor Weasley ordered.
Matilda's student. I thought I might be seeing you soon. I am the proprietor here. Thomas
What, I
Brown.
saw that there?
I take it you've had a conjuring lesson then?
I
I'm
do.
afraid I haven't yet, sir.
But you will soon enough. It is magic at its purest, creating something out of nothing. Of course, it is not without complexity, but that is where my spellcrafts come in. Stay the course, and you could soon impress even Professor Weasley.
That's certainly something to aspire to, Mr. Brown. I look forward to that day.
And I, too, see in it. Spellcrafts are incredibly useful for conjuring unique items like custom pieces of furniture or decoration. But I shall let Professor Weasley do the teaching. For now, let's get the spellcrafts you need. A potting table and a potion station, yes?
I believe so, sir.
Good. Nothing like being able to grow your own ingredients and brew what you want when you want. Let's have a look. Let's look at what we have, shall we?
So I'll remove all that stuff later.
If you're interested, feel free to take a look around at the rest of my inventory.
Sagad's in the way, so it's not huge. I'm pretty sure that's all stuff that was part of the Which is all part of the overlay that when I grabbed it, I just never really bothered to remove it. I don't have my own info there at all, so I really don't care right now. Great, a hiccup. Alright. Now let's see if they stuck with my wand, or if they'll do something different.
I'll be right with... Ah, it's you. Just a moment, please.
Hello, sir. I'm looking for...
For a new wand, yes. It's about time.
Yes, about time?
Well, you're our new 5th year student, are you not? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you are. Gerbold Ollivander's the name. But of course, you'll have heard of the Ollivanders, I'm sure.
Of course.
Finest wand makers in the world.
Really?
It's a pleasure to meet you, truly. Now, come with me. Let's find you the perfect wand, shall we? No, not you. Yes. Powerful core. 10.5 inches. You might do. Here, give this one a try. Well, go ahead, swish. How odd. Once more, come on, really swish it. Oh dear. Well, this isn't a good match at all, is it? We'll find you something, not to worry. No, not you. Perhaps. Yes. A rare wood, 13 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring. Let's give this one a try. Oh my! Oh goodness! Looks like it's back to the shelf for you.
Like 8,000% do this every time.
Trickier than I had anticipated. How perplexing. Where are you? Perhaps you? There you are.
That's why it's got like a whip sound.
I think you might be the one. Here, take it.
So excited. Alright. Soft spiral, light brown. Fine. Corn hair, quite bendy, 10 inches. Obviously we need to finalize the one, so...
How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing.
Like, I won't lie, this one looks kind of cool.
Curious indeed.
Just EP. Well, I legit can just change it how I want them. Let's see.
How intriguing.
Run vine. Stick with vine. Bendy, really
Curious
bendy.
indeed.
Spree. That. Powerful magic. Consistent magic. I'm gonna stick with the unicorn.
A unicorn hair wand is most reliable and faithful to its owner. What do you think? Extraordinary. Another wand, another beginning of a bright and magical future. Now, how did that feel?
Good. Different. I sensed a sort of surge of some kind.
A match. Your connection seemed particularly powerful. The right wand will learn from you, just as you learn from it.
I'm eager to try it out.
Hell yeah.
Indeed.
Let's duel.
Treat it well, and you shall find no more dependable a wand than one with a unicorn hair core. And the bond between you and your wand should only grow stronger. Do not be surprised at your new wand's ability to perceive your intentions, particularly in a moment of need.
That sounds wonderful, Mr. Ollivander.
I'll let you get to it. Do come and see me again if ever I can be of further assistance.
Well, that's everything. Better go and find Sebastian.
Before we do that, though, it's kind of odd right now, but I'm gonna go with it. Obviously, can't do it there. Reminds me, is there a? It's interesting. Setting. Just search your chest there. Thank you. Add back.
Accio.
Fun. Oh, kitty. Alright.
I officially have all of my supplies.
Oh, excellent.
Did you get what you needed for your sister?
I did. So I suppose the world is our oyster now. Let's see what else we can get up to.
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Wait, did I just attack it? Why?
Draw it away from the buildings! Away from the village!
I'm not even gonna. Control? Okay. Not a fan of that, but alright.
Fringo. Are we weakening him at all?
Keep at it. We'll wear him down eventually. What was that?
A taste of his own medicine.
Look out!
I know, but I
Nicely
like it.
done. Confringo.
Grab everything around and throw it at him.
That's right, you lumbering lout.
He's faltering.
Ooh.
A few more hits should do the job. Sendo.
He's kind of weird, but I'll take it. Evoke ancient magic. Oh. Did I just murder him?
Goodness! A second troll! Did you two take on a fully grown troll? By yourselves?
I suppose so. It's all a bit of a blur, to be honest.
I just
Merlin's
murdered him.
beard. Are you all right?
We are, and we were glad to help.
I'd say help is a bit of an understatement. Nerve like that. The makings of an aura, if you ask me. If you are unharmed, Perhaps the two of you wouldn't mind helping me put a few things back to where they were.
Of course, officer.
Singer. Officer Singer. And thank you, again.
Oh, hello there. A moment, if you would.
I'll go and see what he wants.
Alright,
Reparo.
Lucky they didn't do more damage.
it didn't technically say what it was that we did there, just kind of destroyed him.
One less thing for Officer Singer to worry about.
Oh, nice.
Reparo.
There, good as new.
Was I not close enough for that? Okay.
Mr. Hill was just singing your praises.
Totally stole that.
Hello, sir. I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to introduce myself, Augustus Hill, clothier extraordinaire. I should like to thank you for your remarkable bravery in fighting those trolls, and not to mention your help restoring Hogsmeade to its rightful state.
I was happy to help.
Frankly, you deserve an Order of Merlin. But I can offer you something much more useful. I own Gladrag's wizardware, and among my inventory are some unique items that afford certain protections, as it were. Life-saving protections. And as I suspect this won't be your last dangerous encounter, I'd like to give you one such set of robes, in thanks for what you did today.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. That's very generous of you.
It's the least I can do. Now, let's try this on for size, shall we? Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time.
And I mean, to be fair, we were just kind of defending ourselves there, so I mean, it's not like we went out of our way to kill him. You just happened to. Oh, well, okay, there's, yeah. I like the one I have. I already have rope equipped. No.
I'd say we've earned a butterbeer or two, wouldn't you? Might help me forget that I was almost pulverized by a troll.
I'd say that I agree with you.
Perfect. The 3 broomsticks is just this way.
That's fantastic. Let me put on my actual robes, the actual thing I wanted. I get it, they're just trying to like help out there, but I want this. Do you want well appointed or do you want legendary? Duh. I think I want. No, I mean we got attacked by trolls, so
Battle-worthy items.
100% that was self-defense only.
Welcome to peruse my shop at your leisure.
Besides the trolls, I was gonna miss a troll. Not sure as hell I'm not.
Assuming it isn't utter bedlam in there, you might even meet Serona, the owner. She's a good one to know.
My real issue is gonna be the keys. Control feels a bit odd, but I'll get used to it. Same with shield though, it feels a bit odd. I don't generally play games like this. Ooh, don't do it. Don't follow him. Oh yeah, and you're gonna follow him. Oh yeah, let's sneak around. Some page. I want those pages.
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade. That all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction. Who's this child? What are you not telling me?
All you need to know is that if you cannot get to the child, then you have no value to me.
Let's Let's go.
But the page. No.
Did they see us?
I don't think so.
What was that
He
goblin
very
doing with
clearly
Victor
saw
Rookwood?
us.
Ranrock is working with Rookwood.
The goblin from the Daily Prophet. I knew I'd seen him somewhere. Quickly, let's get inside the 3 broomsticks.
We're going back to that page, though.
It's a treat to see you, Lodgok. I shall let you know if I hear anything.
Thank you, Serona.
You be well. Now, what can I... Oh, there's a face I haven't seen before.
It's my first time here.
Welcome. Butterbeer's on me.
Oh, awesome. Take free butterbeer anytime.
Heard about the attack. I shall be looking in on the other shopkeepers and residents shortly. Glad to see you two escaped injury.
Thanks to this one. Single-handedly took down a troll.
Is that right? Well done.
Thanks for this.
My pleasure. I will say, trolls in Hogsmeade. That's never happened before.
First time for everything.
Something's not right. The only brutes we usually have to deal with are...
Him.
How timely.
How timely.
Was that Lodgok I saw leaving just now? Your clientele's not what it used to be, Serona.
Not to worry, Victor. Once the two of you leave, the caliber of my clientele will greatly improve. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Theophilus.
Come now. No need for theatrics. I'm only here for this one anyway.
My friend is enjoying a well-earned butterbeer.
Only want a quick word.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, my friend is busy.
One would think you all had enough bloodshed for one day. Come, Theophilus. The 3 broomsticks isn't what it used to be. Let's take our galleons elsewhere. Can't drink butterbeer forever.
Yes, I can. Really underestimate me.
Seems you've made an unfortunate enemy.
He'll be dead soon enough.
Watch your back. Rookwood and Harlow are worse than any troll you might encounter.
Debatable.
Trolls? Ranrock and Rookwood? What are you not telling me?
I promise to tell you everything, but it's perhaps best I do that later.
Later.
And on that note, I think we should head back to the castle.
Butterbeer. Definitely was frames in here. Hardcore. Wow, what?
Revelio.
That outside. Bastard. Isn't this though? It's annoying.
Accio.
Ha! Yeah, it was. Like that. Quests. Oh, it's a video.
I'm certainly glad Serona was there. Told you she was one of the good ones.
I can see that. She didn't seem at all intimidated by Rookwood and Harlow.
I think you'll need to tell me why Victor Rookwood has you in his sights. But we can talk later. For the moment, we should return to the castle. Professor Weasley's certain to hear about the troll attack soon if she hasn't already. Don't want to risk another detention for getting back after hours.
Map. Nice. Should we come? Hey, down there. the one reason I was actually tempted to just play at 720p. Not have to worry about it as much. Might still do that, we'll see. See if anything changes. No. No letters.
Revelio.
Darn. See me, I've discovered something to lock it. Guts. There's a locket? Do I just not remember this? I mean, it's very possible, but I still remember a locket.
Revelio.
So no. Darn. Build a pyramid at the beginning.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Revelio.
Oh, never mind, that's okay. Yeah. One.
Levioso. Accio.
Okay. He jumped at me. Very angry. Fastest way? Huh. Better way to do this, but who am I to question it?
Revelio.
Just a fluke. Don't worry about that one's lit. That's right, you. I didn't do you yet.
Lumos.
Send a giant. Can't really tell. Can unlumos that. I've already pet you, but I'm gonna pet you again. Oh yeah, I mean I figured. I mean, like I said, my computer has yet to be all crazy with
Revelio.
heating up or anything. Which must I point out the weirdness of that? Like I realize this could come down to just a game not being optimized, but Last Epoch makes my thing go crazy. A game like this, no issues. It's just weird.
Levioso.
I don't know what they're making there, but that's funny. Casually stumbling upon someone's
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented.
Revelio. Lumos.
Gotcha. downstairs. Yeah, so these definitely aren't ever like too far. I can't imagine I can have to like. Can't imagine they'll ever make you like walk across the entirety of the castle or anything. Nice. Sorry, I was I'll always just be dumbfounded by a game that shouldn't cause my computer to have issues, and then other games just like it just makes no sense to me.
Revelio.
Crazy. Oh, I got stuff to steal. Always steal all the stuff first. Oh wait.
Professor, I'm glad to see you.
And I you. Thank Merlin you're in one piece. I heard about the attack. Trolls in Hogsmeade?
Sir, the trolls were wearing armor. It had that dark glow like the dragon collar.
Goblin silver. Ranrock used it to control the dragon. But how? And why send trolls to...
They were there because of me. I overheard Ranrock talking with Victor Rookwood.
Ranrock was in Hogsmeade with Rookwood.
The trolls were Ranrock's distraction so that Rookwood could get to me. And he would have, had Serona and the patrons at the Three Broomsticks not intervened.
This is grave news indeed. If Ranrock's goblins and dark wizards are after you, they want what we found in that vault.
Yeah.
Speaking of the vault, do you think that Ranrock is working with any of the goblins at Gringotts?
I do not. Gringotts goblins aren't typically the friendliest of beings, but they have a great deal of integrity. No, I dare say after what happened to that poor banker, the goblins at Gringotts are no followers of Ranrock.
What was the question I was going to ask? Yeah, I'm wondering. Like, I assume at some point in the game they're gonna like go back to what actually happened for our powers just unlock. Like, I actually thought like I messed up somehow and like they just kind of skipped over, but
they're after the locket. You
said
said you discovered something in it.
Yes, yes. I discovered an inscription. When I read it aloud, this map appeared. Clever enchantment. It's a map of Hogwarts, to be sure, but I do not know where it leads.
It leads to the library. A restricted section, to be precise, and a bit beyond. I see traces of magic there on the map.
I suspected you would see something.
Shall we go?
I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I'm eager to discover what we may find there as well. But if our experience at Gringotts, let alone what happened to Miriam, taught me anything, it's that the path we're on is terribly dangerous. I'd like you to work with Professor Hecat a bit, before we continue.
But sir, how dangerous could the library be? Perhaps we're only after a book.
Perhaps we are only after a book, but we should be prepared for anything. Once you've honed your defensive magic further, come and see me. I'll let Professor Hecat know to expect you.
It's in Hogwarts, trust me. It's dangerous. I just thought he just vanished for a second. Nobody just walked past me. Alright. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. My phone charged up a little bit more too. I could probably have it set there. My mouse never goes that far over. Right.
Revelio.
Which is a flu network.
Lumos.
Just how far down is he? Deal with it. Still just casually walking.
Levioso.
Darn. What's just happening? Gargoyle was doing something. I saw that much. Eyes are freaking.
I'm here about the new spell you wanted to teach me, Professor.
Good. Professor Fig indicated a certain urgency to you completing your defensive magic assignments. As such, you are to learn Incendio, the fire-making spell, handy for lighting torches, burning away spider webs, and, when necessary, defending against those who would wish to do us harm.
Sounds versatile.
Quite. But before we get started, I'd like you to complete a few tasks. You may be surprised by some of them. Astonishing how much students don't think their professors know. When you're finished, come and see me. Then we shall begin working on Incendio. You know where to find me once you've finished.
Very complete.
Seems crossed wands isn't as secret as it's believed to be.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Is that the one that wasn't a... I don't know. I thought it was like just a wall or something. I was
Revelio.
Haunted toilets. Unless in dire straits, it probably lists his favorite parking spots. Ow, okay. Darn. Why does somebody have money? I question that.
Revelio.
Situation Wizard Backlund. Toss Thunder Wizard, who is quite proud of himself for precisely no one knows. Not wrong.
Ready for another round?
I think so.
We shall see who shows up.
There's no one in the school I'd be afraid of, Jules.
I know, Sebastian.
Hello, Lucan.
I know.
Is the next round of crossed wands all set?
Why, yes it is. I've got a great match lined up. Ready for another round?
Why do you think I'm here?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Brilliant. Are you dueling with a partner?
Yes, Natty.
Then let's get to it.
Different color Natty, or why are we calling her that?
Ready to get thrashed? Apologies in advance.
Why would I hate your voice? Breakthrough Violet shields with spells like the summoning charm Accio. I still don't like the whole, like, I'm not gonna use my arrow keys, like...
Accio!
Come on.
Levioso!
Mind the
No.
water
Stupefy! Oh, there goes Levioso! Is that all you've got? Protego! Accio!
Oh! That was my own fault there.
You're better than that.
Accio!
Act like a winner.
Stupefy! Accio! Levioso! Protego! Stupefy!
Damn it.
Levioso! Accio! Levioso!
Ah.
Oof. Glad I didn't bet on you that round. Care to go again?
Yes. You get used
I'll
to
give
combat.
it another go.
Glad to hear it.
I just get very used to combat, so yes, I know. Thank you.
Accio! Levioso! Stupefy! Stupefy! Accio!
Wrong person, but I'll take it. Damn it.
Accio! Protego! Stupefy!
There we go.
Levioso!
Expelliarmus.
Stupefy! Accio! Stupefy!
Nice.
Expelliarmus.
Okay, getting better.
Glad I didn't bet on that round.
They have a gate
Bravo.
down to
I
protect
gave it my
themselves.
all.
You did indeed. The other duelists have already taken notice of you, but after that last round, they'll really have it in for you. You'd better keep practicing if you want a chance at winning, or at least surviving the next round. I'll let you know when we're ready. Hope to see you then. The next round is for all the gobstones, so to speak.
Ah. So we need to... That, huh? We learned that. Learn a spell combination.
Hello, Lucan. May I use the training dummy?
Of course. I'll fetch it and give you a list of combinations to practice. Ready to have a try now?
That would be wonderful.
Be sure to cast all your spells before the dummy lands. If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see what else me to do. Gotcha.
Accio!
he's just teaching me how to easy combos essentially.
Levioso.
Okay.
Levioso. Accio.
I'd say that's enough practice. You looked good out there.
Thank you, Lucan.
I say better to discover one's weaknesses during practice than during a duel. You'll be a fearsome challenger now.
Okay.
Assignment's all finished.
So now we're returning them. Alright. The other one was actually like a side from the main quest, but kinda. We did it.
I trust Mr. Brattleby was able to accommodate you and that you found success in your endeavors.
I finished all of the tasks you gave me, Professor Hecat.
Glad to hear it. Then you should be ready to learn Incendio.
Should be, Professor.
Yes. I'm sorry to say, I visited enough careless colleagues at St. Mungo's to assure you that fire is a fickle servant. Your spellcasting has impressed me thus far, but please maintain focus. I would rather we not end today's lesson with your robes aflame. Let us begin.
Agreed.
And remember, focus on the proper wand movement.
Wand movement.
Concentrate and keep your wand steady.
Spell. For enough spells that you'll need to equip it. Go to your spell list. To do this, you need to swap it with a spell.
Good work.
Voila.
Feel free to practice in the classroom before you go. I've set up a few targets for you.
Incendio.
Keep at it, and do try not to incinerate yourself.
Oh, Jesus. Kidding.
Setting things ablaze is certainly cathartic, isn't it?
A little bit.
Incendio.
It's big down here. Not in. Just go there. Let's see if he's in there or not. Should be in the. It's okay. I'd be frustrated if he wasn't. Like, how dare you not be in your own classroom?
Ah, there you are.
Ah, there I am.
Hello, sir. You'll be pleased to know that I worked on my defensive magic with Professor Hecat.
So I hear. She tells me you've taken rather well to your new wand. You must continue to work with her and your other professors to improve your skills. That said, I don't wish to postpone our visit to the library any longer.
Cool.
So, shall we proceed?
Fig, I have work for you. Come.
Headmaster, I'm with a student and my schedule
Your
is...
schedule will wait indefinitely, as will your student. I would think that after all the trouble you caused me with Osric, you'd be eager to make amends. My office, 5 minutes.
Go on my own, shall I?
That man is exasperating. Unfortunately, our trip to the restricted section will have to wait a bit longer.
But Professor...
We have no choice. It would be unwise to provoke our illustrious headmaster further. I shall find you when I've completed whatever toils I must endure.
Fair enough. Now the Ministry has charged me with a rather inconvenient rival very soon at Hogwarts 5th year. Sir Weasley insists that they would score a tournament. Echo. Turn begin. Time attached to you.
Sebastian mentioned sneaking into the restricted section. Perhaps he'll have an idea.
Oh, I'm sure he will. What's up, man?
Sebastian, there you are.
There you are. You promised me an explanation for what happened in the Three Broomsticks. Not many students have Victor Rookwood's attention. What was that all about?
Well, you see, I got free butterbeer and he was upset, and now I don't have butterbeer.
Seems he's working with Ranrock, and Ranrock is after something I found at Gringotts.
Ranrock? And when were you at Gringotts?
Professor Fig and I ended up there after the dragon attack. It's quite the tale. Fig had this port key.
A port key? To Gringotts? I'm not sure I follow.
I barely follow myself, and I was there. Anyway, we ended up in an ancient vault where we found a map. That map leads to the restricted section.
You can't be serious.
Deadly serious. Professor Fig has insisted that I not tell a soul about any of this. I've probably said too much.
Understood. Your secret's safe with me. Whatever it is.
Thank you, Sebastian. You mentioned being clever enough not to get caught in the restricted section.
And I am. Meet me outside the library tonight, and tell no one.
How concerned should I be about the librarian?
Madam Scribner doesn't take kindly to clandestine activities taking place amongst her precious books, so do all that you can to avoid her. She and I have had our entanglements, but I can hold my own against her. You may not be so lucky.
Let's see, what do you do? Just attack her?
What will happen if we're caught in the restricted section?
Detention, no doubt. But a word of caution or two will help. For one, avoid Peeves, the poltergeist. Aside from wanton destruction of property, he loves nothing more than telling on the likes of us.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll meet you later.
I wonder, do we learn solution as well? Protection. Does I? No, that's the other thing I was wondering too. Like, is the game just saving on its own? There's a point where the game's like, "Hey, save now." I'll say it seems weird, like legendary things to her. It's just me. That dragon?
See there? That's the door we need to reach. And those annoying prefects would love nothing more than to rat on us to Scribner, so don't let them see us. Understood?
I can be sneaky. Let's go.
Hold on now. There's a spell you should know. The Disillusionment Charm. Good for getting places you're not supposed to be. Cast it and you'll appear as little more than a trick of the light, just as long as you keep your distance and stay quiet.
You mean I'll actually be able to turn invisible?
Something like that. It's not as foolproof as a cloak, but those are expensive. And spells are free. Give it a try.
I admit, we're actually learning spells quicker than I thought we would. But there's a reason for that. Okay, let's be honest. The bottom half of you is very, very noticeable. What's that for? Switch spell. Aha, T. We're not gonna need guessing, so what's that?
I'll be quieter than a jobberknoll.
I'm sorry, then a what? My adversaries will sense and then investigate suspicious behavior being caught by pretty figures will result in quest failure.
If I can see you, the prefects might be able to as well.
Shut up! Maybe that'll alert, like, get them to move. Did not.
Librarian's still here. Quick, behind the bookcase.
Damn. You told me the librarian would be gone by now.
I said usually, but it'll still be all right. Do you see her desk behind me? The key is in the drawer of that desk. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'll create a distraction to draw her away. You focus on getting the key. I'll meet you outside of the restricted section.
Wait, why do we need a key? Isn't there a spell for this?
Alohomora. That's how I always used to get in. But the librarian twigged that I knew the spell and cast an anti-Alohomora charm on the lock. So now it's just this key. But don't worry. I said I'd get you in, and I always keep my word. Trust me.
Is someone there? Is that you, Peeves?
Piss off, old hag.
The key. Here it is.
I actually went to the wrong side. Gotta love stupidity. I don't know where she went. I'll run right into it.
That wasn't so difficult after all. How to find that book.
Oh, that one's charmed to look more useful than it is. It's fooled me twice. Never judge a tome by its cover, I say.
It's going down. Someone down here too. Is it cast while undetected to sort of figure? Emo grants precision spell target to reveal additional spell targets.
Ghost, don't let her see you.
Can't see it.
Should be in the clear. No need for us to be skulking about.
So what is it you've been looking for?
Can't trust
I'm
that.
looking for a cure to help my twin sister, Anne.
Revelio.
Return to Hogwarts. Because Merlin knows everyone.
To avoid these books if possible, do not as much their platforms. It's their whatever.
Why do you think you'll find a cure in the restricted section? Does the Hogwarts matron have nothing that can help Anne?
No, we've tried everyone from Nurse Blaney to St. Mungo's. But I can research on my own. No need to concern yourself with that right now. Let's focus on what you're after. Which is what, precisely?
I'll know it when I see it.
You're being awfully cryptic.
Revelio.
Spin.
Levioso. Accio.
Sure, we don't need to be hidden.
Levioso. Reparo.
No.
Levioso. Incendio.
Who have we here?
Jesus Christ.
Sebastian Solo and his new little friend. Out exploring where they shouldn't be. Naughty, naughty. You'll get caughty.
Peeves, don't
I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell.
Oh, blasted Peeves! I've got to stop him, or at least get to the librarian with a good excuse for all of this.
Don't get in trouble.
Wait, I don't want you getting into trouble for me.
I have a way with the faculty when it comes to disciplinary matters. Besides, I like having friends who are in my debt. Now go. Good luck in your search. Now, where's that damned poltergeist got to?
Why are you going?
I know just the spell to repair this.
Oh,
Reparo.
Like I was trying. Let's see what was yeah, it's right now. I'm fine with it.
Revelio.
Oh, excuse me. What? Why is this down
Of course, traces of ancient magic. There must be. That's it.
Why? I'm the least bit terrified by the fact that there's like. Why is this underneath? It's huge. I feel the need to actually. Let's see. Ooh, hell yeah. I just sell. I assume just sell the old stuff then. Ooh. Okay, that's creepy. I like that one. Actually, no, I want to check the list. So, like, setting. I'm seriously 3 hours in. Jesus Christ. I have not yet saved from this point. That's disturbing.
Where might this lead?
Adventure, we'll find out. God, I just dreaming. What time is it then? 6 o'clock. Jesus Christ. Bravo to me.
Reparo. Revelio.
Okay. I expect it to work. I thought I was going to use Accio.
Revelio.
Not surprising. Guards at the ready.
Oh.
Levioso.
Actually pretty sweet.
Incendio.
Oh.
Levioso. Incendio.
Close combat then? Use of magic accumulates by successfully attacking or taking damage. Successful 10 plus hit combos begin generating orbs. Collecting these will greatly ancient magic meter. Recover a small amount of health. So, it's one segment of your ancient magic is full. You can cast devastating ancient magic attacks that do massive damage and break shield charms. Tap X when you see the prompt over his head. No. Not Nito.
Levioso. Protego. Incendio. Levioso.
There goes his ass. Nice. Really just like coming up from like the deep south. Yeah.
Levioso.
I feel like there's a better way to do that.
Revelio.
This must be the way forward, but to where?
Okay, so we can come back. I don't like. Oh, no guards at all.
Revelio.
Kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? That scared the crap out of me. Hey.
Revelio.
Surprises? Let's see if we can destroy that. Destroy that. Care. Like right now I can't sell them, so I guess I'll just wait. Oh, that's fine. Chamber. Like, I only thought. Yep.
Nearly there. Best keep my wits about me.
Swear. Head where? See, unfortunately, I can't actually do anything about getting gear right now. I can sell it right. Lovely. This is a fight. I'm not sure what that means. There you go, come on.
Levioso. Incendio.
Prick.
Levioso. Protego. Stupid.
That was just for fun, honestly.
It is a book after all.
I think I've seen this as well in one. My glasses. I don't even care. What? I'm a lizard. Oh, alright, head first. Let's see what this is. Nice. I really love the fact that it's not just the tip of the wand, like the good portion of the wand actually lights up. Damn. shifty-eyed bitch.
You wanted to see me? Headmistress Fitzgerald, Professor Rackham.
Miss Isadora Morganach, welcome.
Isadora Morganach.
Professor Rookwood.
Ow.
Professor Bakar.
We understand that you are adjusting well to life at Hogwarts.
I am.
I am glad. Especially in light of your unusual situation, starting as a 5th year.
As it happens, I was also admitted to Hogwarts as a 5th year. I've never heard of another like us.
Miss Morganoff, when we spoke yesterday after class, you asked about the beautiful swirls you saw years ago when we visited your hamlet.
I recognized you all immediately. I cannot thank you enough for what you did.
We were glad to help.
And yes, I did see swirls of magic everywhere that day. My father insists it was my imagination running wild, but it was certainly real to me.
It was not your imagination.
Percival, Professor Rackham can see them too. But we've never known of another who could.
I don't understand. What are they?
The whispers or traces that appear when a particular form of ancient magic is wielded.
Ancient magic?
Few are capable of wielding it. Hogwarts itself is a stronghold of ancient magic.
So if I can see traces of ancient magic, does that mean I can wield it too?
With the proper training.
But let us not get ahead of ourselves, Miss Morganoff.
Before I can train you to wield such magic, you must first master all that Hogwarts has to offer.
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands. It must be wielded by a select few. As such, we ask that you not speak to anyone about what we have discussed here today.
I'm gonna point out is it's kind of a dumb way to phrase that. Like, can it be the wrong hands? It could be bad. It's like, well, only
Sebastian.
the select people can use it, so I'm assuming it can be harnessed by others.
Sneaking in the restricted section
Christ, that's loud.
again! I had thought we were through with this mischief. Clearly detentions are insufficient. I'm afraid I must take this to the headmaster.
But that being said, Peeves informs me that you didn't come alone tonight. If someone has coerced you, I would have you tell me. You're a bright boy. Don't waste this.
He actually looks demonic.
There was nobody else. I came alone.
Oh, Sebastian. What will your uncle say?
It couldn't have been them though, because you can't apparate. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go right now. Oh no. Sure. That one. Just wait. Can I just wait here until morning?
You cannot be serious. Goblins working with Rookwood makes no sense.
It is rather unorthodox, to say the least.
Unorthodox? It's inconceivable. It's... Ah, Fig. You have a visitor. I'll see what I can find out.
As I'm just chilling here. How long
Sir,
were
I was able to search the restricted section while you were with Professor Black. It was a book we were after.
What? That's... Wait. You accessed the restricted section? But how? Thinking on it, perhaps it's best you spare me the details.
Fair enough. In fact, the book was below the restricted section as it appeaed on the map.
I want to hear everything. First, let's have a look.
There's why would any professor question, like, students know how to get in their... always have.
Oh dear. Some of these pages seem to be missing. It appears someone has got to the book before us. Still, I will need time to study what remains. Perhaps we can still salvage something useful, though it may take some time. I wonder why it was here, below Hogwarts.
I think I know, sir. I saw 2 more memories where I found the book.
Another pensive. Godric's heart.
The man we saw before, Percival Rackham, was a professor here. The first memory showed him and 3 other professors using ancient magic to restore a hamlet from a drought.
Miriam was right. And the second memory?
They were talking to a student who started as a 5th year, like I did. She could see traces of magic too.
Why those memories? Perhaps this book will explain. I'll have to take it with me to London. The headmaster has insisted that I speak directly to the minister about George's death.
That sounds fun.
What will you tell them about Mr. Osric's death?
I don't know how much I dare say. George tried to convince the ministry about Ranrock, but to no avail. My instinct is to follow the path we are on for the moment and keep the details to ourselves until we know more.
I understand. I'll see what I can learn about the missing pages while you're gone.
Good. Don't neglect your studies. Your wand work is improving by the day. But you'll want to pay attention in herbology and potions. There's more to magic than spellcasting.
Plenty to keep me occupied while you're gone.
You've done exceptionally well. I look forward to seeing all that you've accomplished when I return.
Don't
neglect your friends. You may be surprised by
Revelio.
Learn from them as well.
It bothers me that I can't do anything with that yet. At all. Have they? Just live as a student. Okay.
Meet me in
There
Lower
we go.
Hogsfield as soon as possible. I would like to talk to you about Rookwood and Harlow, and it might be best to do so outside of the castle.
It's time to prove your dueling mettle and see if we've a new school champion. Meet me at the usual place for the final round of crossed wands. Also,
Revelio.
money is still available.
So we'll do. It's the world map. Most of the maps covered by fog. Let's see. Dirt, smoking. It's the hamlet. August feet.
Professor Fig and Weasley have asked that I teach you an additional defensive spell. Please complete the assignments I have given you, and then proceed to see me in my classroom.
Alright. Just like that, we have a bunch of new quests. Legendary cape. Alright, first things first is I need to add a rope. Sell them. something. Oh god. Let's see. Let's go to the cross wand. That's funny.
Revelio.
A new. Oh,
Well armed we.
Jimmy.
Reparo. Levioso. Incendio.
Oh. I'm expecting that.
Incendio.
Oh, no.
Reparo. Levioso.
Spell. That later.
Future champion coming through.
Hello, Lucan.
Yeah,
Is the final round of cross wands ready?
Big match today. It all comes down to this. The moment that we find out if your training and dedication is enough to win it all. Ready for a
Yeah.
shot at glory?
Absolutely.
I certainly am.
Brilliant. Are you dealing with a partner?
Yes, Sebastian.
Then let's get started.
The new students that we're facing are same ones.
We can make this a real victory.
That's the spirit.
Greatest shield of the damage spells you.
Incendio.
Potato! Act like a winner.
Levioso. Protego. Levioso. Incendio.
Oh god. Yeah, that was bad.
They made a crap's breakfast out of you that round. Let's try again.
Yeah, I need to try.
Yes, I'm ready now.
Very well.
This is where
Good
it's
luck
gonna
out
get
there.
frustrating.
Confringo. Descendo. Levioso.
Leviosa.
You're better than that. Protego. Incend. Levioso.
Leviosa.
Incendio.
Protego.
There goes my wager.
Ooh.
Come on.
Leviosa.
Incendio.
Oh my gosh. It's more frustrating. Oh, this
Care
would
to
be.
try again?
Yes.
Yes,
I need
I'm
to
ready
get, I
now.
need to get the
Very
bell.
well. Good luck out there.
The definite problem is it is like locking onto the people I don't want to.
Levioso.
Protego.
Stupid. Levioso. Incendio. Levioso.
Jesus.
Confringo. Incendio. Levioso. Protego! Stupefy!
Confringo!
Levioso! Incendio!
Act like a winner. Care to try again?
Yes, I'm ready now.
Very well.
I feel like I'm
Good luck
slightly
out there.
getting better. It's just it's frustrating.
Levioso!
Confringo!
Incendio!
Give them what for!
Levioso!
Protego!
Confringo!
Incendio! Stupefy! Levioso! Protego! Incendio! Levioso! Stupefy!
You're better than that.
Damn it.
Come on! Stupefy! Levioso!
Tego. Confringo.
Incendio!
There goes my wager.
Protego! Stupefy! Levioso!
Confringo!
Incendio! Levioso!
Protego! Levioso!
Oh, come on. Yeah, let's put that up.
Protego! Incendio! Levioso! Incendio!
It took what, 4 or 5 attempts? No, the problem there is we had Reparo and the invisibility when we did that. That was a bad
What
idea.
a victory! You've won the tournament!
Just getting started.
That was nothing. I'm just getting started.
If the best duelists in the school weren't enough competition, then perhaps you should consider transferring to Durmstrang. Now, to the victor goes the prize! And so it is my great honor to present you with this simple yet elegant token of supreme dueling accomplishment.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
You earned it. You are a duelist to be reckoned with. Now that we've definitively crowned the tournament winner, I suppose I should get back to my schoolwork. I wonder how my herbology plants are doing. I haven't tended them in ages.
They're dead.
Yes.
Quests. Okay, let's see. Let's do this. Oh, so practice 2, okay.
Hello, Lucan. I'd like to practice with the... That'd be brilliant.
Wonderful. If you need...
Oh. So. Let's see. There's 3.
Accio! Incendio! Levioso!
Now what?
Accio! Incendio! Accio! Incendio! Levioso! Accio!
Oh, come on, it... Okay, so maybe don't, but...
Incendio. Levioso. Accio.
Based on all I just want to be spamming.
Impressive wand work. I'd hate to face you in a duel.
Thanks, Lucan. You've been a great help.
Oh, stop. Don't make me blush. Seriously, well done. Training dummies will think twice before challenging you again. Even though you won the tournament already, I'm glad to see you.
Alright, did that. Let's take herbology. That's a ways away. Let's head to Central Hall and then we'll go from there. But then loading screens my keyboard lights up and then it goes back to its own color. You guys not have this active.
School's so close to Hogsmeade.
Biology. This will be interesting.
Revelio.
Off and onion again.
Good morning, Professor Garlick. How wonderful it is to see you again, Lenora dear. Oh, here. You'll need these for today's class. A little treat for your auntie.
She looks incredibly
Ah,
young.
hello. Class, please welcome the newest rose in our garden. We do look forward to growing together. How thrilling it is to have everyone back together again. This year will be filled with enchantment and excitement, but the most important thing cultivated in herbology is knowledge. The prudent herbologist is no more afraid of the venomous tentacula than the bouncing bulb. Now then,
Just casually
today
has
we
that
will be
thing in there.
acquainting ourselves with the mellifluous tuber known as the mandrake root. Accio. Let's see if we can't make our fibrous friends a bit more comfortable, shall we? First, let's protect our ears. Now, everyone, grip their mandrake by the tendrils and give it a firm tug.
Oh, Jesus.
Quickly! Place your mandrakes in the new pot and pat down the soil!
I feel like you should have just given full instruction first.
The soil should envelop the root like a warm, dirty blanket, putting the mandrake right at ease. Reparo! I'm very sorry about that. Yours was a bit mature, I'm afraid. All right then, off you go. Splendid work, everyone. Now for our next task, we'll be planting dittany at our potting table.
Revelio.
You can all get started. I need to have a brief word with our new student.
Alright.
Levioso.
I wonder if hippogriffs like knot.
Yes, Professor.
Firstly, well done with your mandrake. they can be rather difficult to get a grasp of.
Enjoyed it?
Actually, I enjoyed it. I couldn't help but catch your enthusiasm.
How kind of you. It seems you're already taking to herbology like a mandrake to fresh soil. Now, as I mentioned, next we'll be planting dittany. Let us find you some seeds.
I already have some, Professor. Picked them up in Hogsmeade.
You visited the Magic Neep. Wonderful! A prepared student is bound to bloom. I've arranged for you to have your own potting table here in the classroom. Wasn't easy to spare one on such late notice. Plant the seeds there now, and you can return to harvest them later. Even with soil, sunlight, and a bit of magic, they will take time to grow.
Let's see how to balance my star thistle arrangement. Niffler's fancy.
Dittany's restorative properties make it a vital ingredient in the Wiggenweld potion.
Seeds
As you
available.
should know from Professor Sharp's class.
Okay.
Well done! Once it can be harvested, your dittany will be ready to use in Wiggenweld potion. I'll let Professor Sharp tell you about that. Now, what say we branch out? Introduce you to a different sort of flora, the Chinese chomping cabbage.
God.
You'll find that some plants are better suited to uses outside of a cauldron. The cabbages do get testy without something to chew. Fortunately, I have a dummy for them to gnaw on. Be a dear and let them have a good chomping.
Yes, Professor.
They're in the other greenhouse. It's just at the end of the footbridge leading out of this room. Your classmate, Mr. Pruitt, has kindly offered to accompany you. Come back and see me when you're finished. Oh, and mind your fingers. They do bite.
I'm so surprised.
Hello. Saw you on your way to Hogsmeade the other day. Nice to meet you. I'm Leander. I'll be showing you the Chinese chomping. Nice work in Defense Against the Dark Arts, by the way.
Excuse me?
Your duel with Sebastian. And he's good. Thinks he's really good. But you outright slaughtered him. It was brilliant.
Oh. Well, thank you.
I nearly put Sebastian in his place myself. Here we are. Home of the Chinese chomping. Go on, grab a few of those cabbages. Now, see that dummy? Just toss the cabbages at it, and they'll do the rest.
Tab. Oh, okay. Old tab.
Look at that. They'll chomp on anything they can get their mouths on. Mum planted some in her garden last year to keep the gnomes out. Did save her the de-gnoming, but they left her honking daffodils in tatters.
These?
Vicious little bastards, aren't they? My kind of plants. Not like stupid booba-tubers and bouncing bulbs.
Booba-tubers.
The kind of plants that'd have your back in a fight.
Booba-tubers.
Not saying you can't go it alone, but, well, imagine that wasn't a dummy.
I suppose they could prove useful outside of the greenhouse. Nothing wrong with a bit of backup, even if it is from a cabbage.
It's chaos out there. Trolls in Hogsmeade and such. You can't be above throwing a cruciferous vegetable if necessary. Dogweed and deathcap has more of them, if you're keen. Other plants too. Ones your parents wouldn't plant in the garden. You get the idea. Anyway, we probably ought to head back to class.
Yeah.
Take your time. I'll see you back in class.
I mean, steal all the plants in sight. Oh yeah. Not doing it. Take them all.
Revelio.
That's our full. Go do that then. Okay, yeah, I came up here.
And with that helpful reminder as to why we should always wear our dragonhide gloves, I shall end our lesson here. Terribly sorry, Mr. Clopton.
I tended to the Chinese chomping cabbages, Professor.
Remarkable plants, aren't they? I hope they weren't too much trouble. Oh, don't see any bite marks or missing digits. And good, as you do seem to be quite green-fingered. Oh, I'm eager to see your skill in the soil continue to blossom.
Damn.
Magical plants have so much to offer. I'm eager to learn more.
I'm glad. Herbology is a bounteous subject. Tend to your garden, and it will tend to you. Huh. Well, I suppose that's everything. Do come by for a chat sometime. I so enjoy checking in with my new students.
Alright.
Mandrakes are really relishing their new pots. Only cost me my damned hearing.
By the way, cabbages like that. Quests. Spelliarmus. Okay, not too far.
Revelio.
Disengage. Let's see.
Revelio.
Oh, you're there. Okay. Fine, but get the pillar. So you should be. Oh, I have it wrong. Small. Let's see.
If I have...
Might have had it wrong. Should be. Okay, so okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. Can't basic math right now. Stick. Chew.
Revelio.
How can one not?
Shoot. Yay. Okay. That's full. Oh. I can't pick it, can I? They don't attack me. That's a. I guess. Okay, so this one just destroy that. It self-release them out. We need to get somewhere to sell at this point. Remember this room probably. Or cabbage there, protect it. So let's do this, and then we'll head to. So can we just go right back to Hogsmeade? Probably. We'll head there and sell. What?
you were able to take care of everything I had asked you to do?
Find out, aren't we?
Professor, I completed all of your most recent assignments.
Well done. Then you're ready to learn Expelliarmus. Pay close attention. The disarming charm may often be all you need to defeat the most powerful dark witches and wizards you might encounter. Spellcasting requires a focused mind and a steady wand.
Ooh. It's red. Interesting.
Good work. The dummy is here if you wish to stay and practice.
We're good. So much hard to do it all. Okay, so let's see. Can I? So can we just travel right back to Hogsmeade? You? This one. All right, cool. To be fair, this probably could be where they actually set rules for going into the Hogsmeade. See that right? Yeah, there are. I like it.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
The gym is just here to sell.
Come on in. Healing potions are a specialty here, should you need any.
So does it show?
Very good. Never hurts to keep my stocks replenished.
Keep that. Cap.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now. Dungeon side. See what
Revelio.
Shouldn't there be auras or someone from the ministry guarding the school after the incident in Hogsmeade?
Incendio.
It would make him look completely incompetent, which he is.
Revelio.
More than he's letting on about the Goblin Rebellion.
Potions is one of the most challenging and hazardous subjects taught at this school. As fifth years, you will be required to reach new heights of both discipline and intellect. You will begin this term by brewing a Wigan-Weld potion. Mr. Takar, can you tell us why this particular potion might come in handy?
Yes, Professor Sharp. The Wiggenweld potion can be used to sterilize and even heal a variety of injuries.
It can heal some injuries, but not all. Points for Ravenclaw. Before today's class is completed, each of you will have brewed a Wiggenweld potion of your own. You never know when you might need it. Please begin. Use a strong, even motion when crushing your ingredients.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Please be meticulous when adding powder to your potions. One errant sneeze could be disastrous. I see most of you have not forgotten how to stir.
And here I am, just already done.
Not an easy potion to brew.
Really?
Well done.
Pretty easy.
And from what I hear of your recent exploits in Hogsmeade, you'd also do well to practice brewing the defensive Edurus potion. Professor Weasley had you acquire the recipe from J. Pippin's, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. For the moment, you can find the ingredients you need in my office. But in the future, you'll be expected to provide your own ingredients. Some can be harvested from the plants you grow in your herbology class, and rarer ones can be purchased. Others, however, may be harder to obtain, and will require you to be a bit more resourceful. Come and see me when you've finished brewing, and we'll see if it was skill or luck the first time around.
My parents considered keeping me home from school this year after the rumors of a goblin rebellion.
Did I hear Professor Sharp say that you have permission to go into his office?
No, you're hearing things.
He did say that. He wants me to get more ingredients to brew another potion.
Brilliant! You, my friend, have been presented with an extraordinary opportunity. I'm Gareth, by the way. Gareth Weasley. Bit of a prodigy with potions, if I do say so myself.
God.
Pleasure to meet you.
Another Weasley.
Wait, are you related to Professor Weasley?
She's my aunt. Keeps too close an eye on me for comfort. Ugh. But she can't be everywhere. Listen, anyone with a troll-sized brain can brew an Edurus potion. I'm working on something that's certain to be spectacular. I'm just missing one tiny last ingredient that will add that extra spark.
I suspect that's where I come in.
You're as clever as I'd hoped. I simply need a single Fwooper feather. As you'll already be in Sharp's office with his permission, perhaps you could grab it for me.
Sure.
I'll get you the Fwooper feather, as long as you're certain Sharp won't miss it.
I assure you he won't. Fwooper feathers aren't that valuable. Wait until you see what I'm brewing. Hurry back to me when you have the feather.
Remember, precision is key when brewing potions.
There, come on. What's this? Day 31st, December 1975. Office. Winberg's. Increased amount of activity outside of ordinary shop hours, particularly suspicious deliveries. Shop's back in goods. Know the shop's reputation we were at. Enjoying rather watching the shop. Mentions follow. I'm casually just stealing shit.
Potion should not be that color, Miss McDowell.
Here's the Fwooper feather you wanted.
Brilliant! Thank you! This is going to take a moment to brew. You should get back to brewing your Edurus potion, and I'll tell you when this concoction's finished.
God.
Proficiency in potions are two things that cannot be rushed.
Okay.
Patience and be thorough.
Is that all it is? That's actually kind of disappointing. Not gonna lie. Adorable rocky skin.
sweet, and... That's odd. What's happening? Wait, it's not supposed to... Ah!
Oh, the smell.
Dragon dung! What happened?
Well done, Gareth.
What now, Mr. Weasley?
Sorry, Professor.
That'll be points from Gryffindor. Again. Mr. Weasley did not do this on his own. His accomplice will answer to me as well.
I brewed an Adurus potion as you asked, Professor.
I'm surprised you had the time. You seemed rather busy helping Mr. Weasley brew chaos.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Professor.
You will not earn favor with me by failing to take responsibility for your actions. I suggest you heed my warning. As for the work you did today at your own cauldron, I will say you've done well. I confess I was skeptical, given the advanced nature of this class and the fact you're a new student.
I'm glad I was able to meet your expectations.
A rare occurrence. And you do well to remember that you're not a potions master quite yet. In addition to having a solid grasp of how to combine various ingredients, you should gain an understanding of the ingredients themselves. Pay particular attention in herbology. The plants you nurture there are often essential to the potions you brew here. Now, I recommend that you find a safe location in which to practice brewing. You cannot leave a hot cauldron simply anywhere. That'll be all. I think each of us has had enough excitement for one day. Class is dismissed.
That was an interesting class.
Thanks to you. Wasn't precisely what I had in mind, but it was still brilliant. I appreciate your help. I hope Sharp wasn't too disagreeable when you handed in your potion. Heard him talking about taking responsibility.
Oh, nothing.
Professor Sharp was annoyed, but we sorted it out. No harm.
Cheers to that. He probably had a good chuckle after we left.
No.
Sharp may seem gruff, but I'd bet a few galleons he blew up a potion or two in his day. Best be off. Next time we talk, I promise. Fewer explosions.
Seamus over here. Alright.
Oh, my robes are going to reek from Gareth's inspiration for the rest of term.
It's just
Revelio.
and that little Homora spell already. Oh god, yeah, we're going to Lower Hogsfield. So Hogwarts now. There we go. As the closest we can get. Better way to target one.
Incendio. Levioso. Accio. Revelio.
Regular animals? How dare they?
I should investigate.
Swim as well. Curious. See any? Say headache run.
It is good to see you, my friend.
Hello, Natty. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I was there, and I saw what happened with Rookwood and Harlow at the Three Broomsticks. I have been worried about you.
I'm all right at the moment.
If you don't mind my asking, why were they looking for you?
I mind you asking.
They want something that Professor Fig and I found at Gringotts.
When were you at Gringotts?
Just before we came to Hogwarts. In fact, it's why I was late to the sorting ceremony. A portkey brought us there after the dragon attacked our carriage.
What on earth?
There's one more thing. It's a bit odd, if I'm honest. Professor Fig says I have a rare connection to a powerful form of ancient magic.
What does that mean?
I'm still learning, but I can see traces of it, and I've cast magic I can't otherwise explain. I know that's a lot to absorb.
It is.
Dragonfly.
And I will have more questions. For now, it is safe to say that Rookwood and Harlow are a threat to both of us. To all of us.
All of us.
Which is why I wanted to speak to you. Everyone has been talking about you defending Hogsmeade from that troll attack. And I shall never forget watching Serona stand up to Rookwood and Harlow in the Three Broomsticks. Both of you have inspired me to take a stand of my own.
What sort of stand?
Men like Rookwood and Harlow are the reason my mother and I left Matibililand. I am not going to sit by and watch them destroy my new home.
Dangerous.
Rookwood and Harlow are a dangerous pair on their own, and you should know that Rookwood is in league with Ranrock.
I had heard they were seen in Hogsmeade together. All the more reason they must be stopped. Rumor has it that Theophilus Harlow runs Rookwood's day-to-day operations. Taking him down would cripple Rookwood's entire enterprise.
That may be true, but shouldn't Officer Singer handle someone like Harlow?
I spoke with her. She was polite, but perhaps understandably would not discuss details with a student. I overheard some of Rookwood's lot talking about a massive poaching operation that Harlow is planning. I was thinking that we could investigate a bit, try to get the evidence that Officer Singer needs.
All right, but how?
I am going to watch and listen, find out precisely what Harlow is up to. I shall reach out when I know more. In the meantime, remember, I am here if you need me.
Thank you, Natty.
Be on your guard.
How dare you threaten me?
What's going on here?
I don't want to be a part of this, but okay. No, we're hearing that's like, no. Let's, should we save since it seems that this game doesn't seem to bother with it. Just save here. Go me.
They must have come this way. Think!
I've no idea who it is you think I might have seen. I've been busy with my research. I do not have time to—
Victor Rookwood don't give a doxy's nip back your time. Oi! Speak of the devil. Mr. Rookwood would like a word with you.
Bet he would.
Students, you can't be serious.
Enough out of you.
Leave her alone.
Stupefy!
So, the hunt begins.
Levioso. Incendio.
Killed that guy.
I'll watch the light go out of your eyes.
That's dark. Collections section of your an update with the new enemy type. You learn valuable insights on enemies such as weaknesses to certain spells.
Get over here, you tiger! Reducto!
Incendio. I'm not going anywhere with you.
Reducto! Student over my dead body!
Protego.
Expulso! How embarrassing! Expulso!
Tell Rookwood to find me himself. Incendio.
Made a grave mistake.
You will pay. Leviosa.
What on earth just happened? I've never been accosted in such a manner since so
Revelio.
close to Hogwarts.
Are you all right?
I am, thanks in no small part to your excellent defensive skills. Care to tell me why 2 Ashwinders were ready to dispatch me to get to you?
Ashwinders?
Victor Rookwood's thieves and extortionists, his little cronies. They seemed quite keen on you.
It's a long story, but thank you for your help.
Well, you've avoided them for the moment. Priya warned me things were getting dangerous. Best get moving on my research before they return.
Right. It's Priya.
You mentioned someone named Priya.
Yes, my wife. She's the one who piqued my interest in Merlin. Gave me a book when we were students at Hogwarts. Typical hard-working Hufflepuff, brilliant potioneer, has her own shop in Nocturne Alley. She's a travelling vendor. Hears what's going on in the Highlands before I do.
Search.
You're a researcher?
Nora Treadwell at your service, historian and archaeologist specialising in Merlin's work and life.
Merlin? Of the legend of King Arthur?
The very same. Merlin attended Hogwarts, you know, and I'm studying some curious fixtures he left here centuries ago.
Fixtures?
These vine-covered pillars, dozens of them, all around the area. I've taken to calling them the Trials of Merlin. I believe he created them as a diversion for his fellow Slytherins. He was terribly fond of puzzles and enigmas.
I can see why you're so interested in Merlin. I'd be keen to know more about the trials.
Well then, I'll let you in on a little secret. No one has yet managed to figure out how they work. But I believe I have just unlocked a crucial clue. I suspect that Mallowsweet is an important component in getting the trials to work.
Mallowsweet?
Versatile herb. Merlin repeatedly mentioned it in his writings. I had just arrived to test my theory when I was so rudely interrupted. You see, each swirl in Merlin's writing has a symbol in the centre. That started me thinking, what if...
The Mallowsweet is meant to be placed at the centre of the symbols.
Precisely. Would you care to do the honours? We can see what comes of our little hypothesis. I brought a trunk chock full of Mallowsweet with me. It's just over there by my tent.
I would love just nothing happened. Like, oh, well, I guess that we were
this
wrong.
This trunk?
Yes, take plenty, even if you already have some.
I have the Mallowsweet.
Lovely. Now, notice the vines on these pillars here, as well as a stone swell on the ground. Each trial has these features. Place the Mallowsweet on the swell, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, and this. Okay, I'm like, what? Okay. That makes more sense. She said place?
Did you see that? The vines disappeared.
What should I do now?
This is uncharted territory.
Attack.
I am curious about these pyres.
Say no more.
Incendio.
Merlin's beard.
The flames make the pyre sink.
But she's upset because I hit her. That's cool.
Merlin's beard, how beautiful. What a day. I can hardly believe it.
Revelio.
I take it we can call that a success?
We can indeed. However, I now have even more questions. How does it work? I must review my notes. I may have missed something.
Are all of the trials like this one?
Oh, not precisely. Well, I think each has those telltale vines and the swirl on the ground. You should feel free to solve them as you come across them. I believe I have what I need to continue my research. My guess is that each will also require mallowsweet, which you can find in Hogsmeade should you need more. I really must be off. Such a pleasure to meet you. And do be careful out here. Now, I've got what I needed. I shall return to the safety of my notes and books.
How's Maryland beat? It's so cool. Like that. Okay.
Greetings, young Slytherin. Scrope knows about the old book you found for Professor Fig. Scrope can help you. And you can help Scrope. Get to the courtyard past the pendulum. If you don't know it, you'll see it easy enough. And don't tell anyone what you're up to. Especially Professor Blank.
Might I beseech you for some assistance?
Oh god, what?
Hello, can I help you?
Oh, thank goodness. Yes. My name is Grace Pinch Smedley. Of the Bath Pinch Smedleys? I was hoping someone would come along soon. I was about to defy my father's wishes and would never have forgiven myself. You see, I need to retrieve something from the bottom of the lake. Might you be the one to help me?
Diving into the lake sounds like an adventure. Tell me more.
Splendid. Precisely the response I'd hoped for.
What do you need help retrieving?
Years ago, my grandfather, who fancied himself quite the astronomer, set sail from Hogsmeade Station for what was meant to be a quick stargazing cruise with my grandmother. They never returned.
I'm so sorry. What happened to them?
We can't be sure. We only know that neither they nor their boat made it back to shore. They were presumed drowned. Father was so distraught that he forbade our family from setting foot on or in the Black Lake ever again. A treasured family astrolabe vanished with them that night. If you could dive down and retrieve it, I may be able to bring my father some peace.
What exactly is an astrolabe?
It's an astonishing ancient navigational tool. Essentially, a handheld model of the universe. It's mainly used for studying the stars, astronomical pursuits, but it has nearly 1,000 uses. Fascinating device. Sadly, I'd imagine it's rusted beyond repair now. Still, we'd love to have it returned to us. It would be like getting a bit of my grandparents back.
Okay, when I was asking that, I meant mostly, what does it look like?
It sounds dangerous, especially for something of mere sentimental value.
I understand. But I'd be forever grateful. Of course, you may discover much more than the astrolabe. Anything else you found would be all yours. I've cross-referenced the vessel's last alleged location against the lake's topography, depth charts, and tide schedule. My best guess is that it's just over there, about a furlong from the dock. It would be wonderful to have my grandfather's astrolabe back.
I'm going to hit myself for this, but we're going to do it. Save them.
Astrolabe. It would mean so much to our family.
It sounds as if her astrolabe is just northeast of the dock. I should dive down and see.
Nope. Nope.
Accio. Levioso.
You want to do this? Didn't really give me a choice there. I don't know if I can do. How do I? Oh. Huh. Does it tell me how to actually setting? Dialogue. Assume controlled. Is that what I'm looking at? Is that what I'm getting from this? Okay, nope.
This must be where the Pinch Smedley family astrolabe is.
Wow. Anything about this?
I should let Grace know that I found her family astrolabe.
Okay, okay, I thought that's what. I'm gonna point out the stupidity there. I also wonder. Cable. That may.
I trust you didn't find the dive too terribly difficult.
Really? Can't just jump up there? Hey.
Hello, Grace. I followed your bearings on a dive in the Black Lake.
Oh, how incredible! Did you find the astrolabe?
I did. I hope it makes your father happy.
It will. I can't wait to see his face. Thank you so much for doing this for me, and for my family. You do well to keep an eye out for more spots to dive. A diver of your caliber is certain to find all sorts of things down there. Thank you again. And I do hope you keep diving. You certainly have a knack for finding treasure.
The mermaid mask. That one, maybe? Or is this right inside the castle? I'm not sure. Let's find out. Oh. I mean to do that.
Revelio.
Scuba's. Left another note across the bridge among a circle of rocks.
Scrope? Who is Scrope?
I can't pet the owl. Makes me a little sad.
Revelio. Accio.
Not what I wanted. Oh, actually.
Accio.
Aha! What was there for the pumpkins just down the stone? Just down from the stone circle. Let's have one of them.
Pumpkins? Ah, I think I know just the place.
For so I'm gonna guess. First I thought they were. I was like, what are these? It's weird. And this is essentially Hagrid's hut, right?
Incendio. Levioso. Revelio.
Young Slytherin must be exceptions. Curious by now.
Down to the water's edge. This had better not be a trick.
Has to be a safer way. Look. Path. Looks like one, right? Mine's
Incendio. Accio. Incendio.
This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
Should I be doing this? Let's wait a second. I don't know if I should be in there right now. Go do this. That they're after. We already knew who this was, so.
Thank you for coming all this way. The name's Scrope. Scrope serves the headmaster. Been in the Black family for years. Apologies for the abundance of notes. Scrope wanted to be sure you weren't followed.
What's this all about? Your notes mentioned the book I found in the restricted section.
Scrope can tell you more in exchange for your help, but no one, especially the headmaster, can know.
Happy to help, especially if you can shed light on the book.
Scrope is grateful. Scrope's late mistress, Apollonia Black, may she rest in peace, was a student at Hogwarts over 50 years ago. Before she died, she spoke with passion of pages ripped from a book. Scrope suspects she took them to her private grotto. She was delirious at the end, poor thing. Mistook belladonna for elderberries. Scrope tried to warn her.
I'm sorry to hear that. But how do you benefit if I find the pages?
Scrope believes that a treasured black family ring is also in the grotto. Scrope wishes to give it to the headmaster. Apollonia forbade Scrope from entering the grotto long ago. Scrope continues to honour her wishes. Scrope would not dare ask a student for help, but when Scrope learned you were looking for those pages, Scrope thought you might also find the ring.
Tell me more about this treasured ring.
Oh, it's adorned with the black family crest. The headmaster would be pleased with Scrope for returning it.
How did you injure your ear?
The Blacks have a tradition of decapitating their house elves when their service is no longer required. One day, dear Apollonia was understandably frustrated with Scrope and got a bit too eager with a cleaver. Scrope was able to convince the sweet girl of his value and now views this small injury as a reminder of her good heart.
Jesus.
How did you know that I'd found a book and that it's missing pages?
Scrope and the other house elves are good at staying out of sight.
They were the ones we saw, weren't they?
Scrope hears and sees many things in the castle. Scrope knows how to keep secrets.
It seems this may help us both. I shall do it.
Scrope is relieved. Scrope hoped the young Slytherin would be willing to help. Take this toast to the grotto just down the coast and place it on the pedestal there. Good luck. Scrope will wait right here for you. Best of luck finding your pages.
Sorry.
Accio.
Wait. I'll trust that. In here, so sense save.
This looks intriguing.
Revelio.
Let's have a chest. Just in case, mostly.
Revelio.
Oh, that he actually is very quiet about it. Is that all that was in here? I keep hitting tab. Story gear. Okay, who are It's interesting. It's Herb. Interesting. It's literally just a cave. I keep doing that. It's annoying. All right. Thing keeps moving too, which I don't.
Accio.
Jump that way. Oh. Really? Interesting. Give me toast. Oh, how to feel about that. It's supposed to go, right? Oh. Scared the crap out of me. Jesus. Bad idea. Bad idea. What am I doing? What am I doing? Just the win. I think that's the room. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. Goddamn elf, dude. Jump up this. Get him. What? Eh. There they go. Oh, we're gonna have to anywhere. Probably didn't want to.
Protego! Accio. Levioso.
Helps.
Protego. Stupefy.
Don't want to deal with that.
Why would I need a piece of toast? I suppose that's where it goes.
I don't like where this is going. Let's see. I don't like where this is going at all. Let's place the toast, we're gonna die. is that all it does? Okay. I added her thoughts. I swear to God.
Revelio.
Could it be? A visitor?
Alright.
Oh! Ah! Ooh! Ah. The name's Richard Jackdaw. I was a student, just like you, about a century ago. How in the world did you find this place?
A house elf named Scrope sent me. Said I might find a black family ring here.
Ah. Sorry to say, I sold the ring a long time ago. Poor Scrope. Still holds a candle for Apollonia, I reckon. Can't say I blame him. I stole all these treasures just to impress her. Alas, 'twas to no avail. I thought a secret map I pilfered from Peeves would pique her interest. But she simply rolled her eyes. What would I want with yellowed old pages torn from a book? Not my finest moment.
Have them?
I'd like to have those pages if you don't mind.
They're not here. I thought if Apollonia wasn't interested in the map on the pages, perhaps it would lead to something that would intrigue her. So, I followed the map to what I can only describe as an enchanted cave of some kind. And you see what happened next? Here's an idea. Why don't you meet me at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll show you where to find the pages?
I think I could guess how you died, but who did it to you?
I was having a look around when I suddenly sensed a refreshing breeze. After that, I felt, well, lightheaded. That's all I remember. Hence, if you do visit the cave, be prepared. I can't tell you what for specifically, but you seem a perceptive sort. Beware a light breeze.
I feel like we're talking like one of those traps where like they like open up and like the breeze is just from where the thing is at and it shoots out.
Why did I need the toast to get in here?
Oh, that was Apollonia's idea. Seems some squids love toast. They should have taught you that at Hogwarts.
How is it possible to steal from Peeves, a poltergeist?
I didn't steal the pages from his ghostly form. I merely found them in his wake of destruction. He has a penchant for wrecking things. Books, bottles, suits of armor, whatever's sure to cause the most chaos. He dropped them after a particularly aggressive romp through the library.
I suppose if that's the only way for me to get those pages, I'll meet you at the forest.
I'm sure the pages are still tucked in my waistcoat. If you don't mind the sight of a, well, my decapitated skeleton, they're yours for the taking.
I don't think we'll mind. It's in here.
A map. It doesn't appear to be connected to the missing pages. Best hang on to it for now.
Oh. Not right now. Is that a bridge somewhere? Somehow. Did I already take it then? Here. Every freaking time. Can I not pick you up?
Accio.
Nope. Fantastic. I keep pressing tab to try and open the. It screws me over. obviously, so maybe it would actually lead me to a quest area, but obviously not. This is very much a about yourself kind of shine. But let's see. Any other? Okay, so yeah, so scope. Scope, sorry. I keep going with scope, I don't know. That's what that was showing.
Could it be a Merlin trial?
Revelio.
Jesus.
Accio.
I did nothing.
Levioso. Incendio. Revelio. Accio.
Lumos.
Reparo.
I don't know. Yep, I have no idea. Yeah, I was thinking of bringing it down there, but I don't know what that crater is, honestly. That'll be something fun. Do I actually roll it down? There's no way.
Revelio.
What? Wait, actually roll it down? But
Levioso.
that doesn't.
Accio.
This isn't. Let's pull it another way. There it is. Okay. Are you like this? Trying just to be annoying. Down this way over this. Come on. It moved. Or it can move. This girl can wait.
Accio.
Mess it up.
Levioso. Accio.
Just that move. This tree is 100% in the way.
Incendio. Accio.
Fine. 100% has to be down here. I don't know how to do it. Maybe if I ever like reload the area. Change, I don't know. It's frustrating.
Hello, Scrope. Thanks to you, I was able to enter Apollonia's grotto. The toast was the key. I met a ghost there, Richard Jackdaw, who's agreed to lead me to the pages I've been looking for.
Phew, that boy was never good enough for Apollonia. Oh, what of the Black Family ring?
I'm sorry to say that Jackdaw sold it long ago.
Sad news indeed. Scrope shall need to think of another way to impress the headmaster. Well, Scrope takes some consolation in knowing that the young Slytherin found what they needed.
I did. Thank you again, Scrope. You're a credit to House Elves.
Definitely just need. It's really want this thing. Know that it's just like stuck.
Accio.
Oh wait. Oh, now I'm an idiot. Never mind. It's just my. Okay, let's wait on. Okay, so string, but
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
this is it.
Revelio. Incendio.
The bridge. Like this is the bridge. Every fucking time. That's what Candlesticks Bridge.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Say like that. So
there used to be a nurse at St. Mungo's, following her footsteps.
Can you imagine working at the ministry? Day out, behind the desk.
This would take me.
The auras get to have all the fun. Or rather, they ruin our fun.
Am I crazy? They're just not, like, targetable? I just don't think I can target them. It was weird. I'm just like, we recognize that they're evil people. They're dark witch and wizard, but I don't want you attacking them. Just take that. It's hysterical. Sneaky. Your rocks.
Here I am, as good as my word.
People about, man.
We meet again, Richard Jackdaw.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to see you. It took the cunning of a Slytherin to track down these pages.
Well said. Now where do we go from here?
Follow me. I shall lead you as far as I can, but I fear I may remain a tad reluctant to revisit the scene of my demise.
That's fair.
Keep your eyes open for a bird bath. When you find it, say intramuros. I think it's Latin. Or Greek. As you can imagine, I never paid much attention in school. Shall we?
Aside from the bird bath, anything else I should look for?
Indeed. A few landmarks. A stone bridge, a waterfall, and, if I recall, a lake. You'll see.
You've been very helpful. Thank you.
Surprising how much of this is, rather unfortunately, coming back to me.
So you can see the dark forest like this.
Yes. You know, the closer we get, the more I'm remembering. Probably best I leave you to it. Simply stick.
Sure thing. Saving. Save up. I'll probably go through and just delete most of the saves anyway. Spiders.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Why are those spiders that level? What level am I? At 10. That's as far as twice my level. I assume I was supposed to go this way anyway. Still, heard that I can just find spiders.
Nothing to do now but keep going.
It's very good. Going we shall. Don't want to run into? Why the hell is there a... Don't question.
The waterfall. For a thief, Jackdaw's surprisingly as good as his word.
I see a jack. I don't even want it's gonna lead to. Sneak around like this? Probably not. Am I going to? Yes. It's a
Something oddly solemn about this place. Such regal creatures, stags. it is. Just as Jackdaw described. Revelio. Intramuros.
That is so cool.
Aren't you a little far from home?
Ranrock knew you'd eventually lead us to whatever it is you're hiding. Attack!
Incendio.
What are you up
Oh.
Oh.
No! I will make you pay. I won't rest.
Levioso.
You
Incendio.
No risk those loyalists will report back to Ranrock now. Let's see where Jackdaw has led me.
It's actually how far into the game we get before we go the whole unforgiveness thing.
I wonder how big this place is.
Who's gonna attack me?
Accio.
Ooh.
Impressive. That must be where all this leads.
Slightly reminds you of the oh, never mind. Just the air above it. Still, kind of gave off a Halo vibe there.
Someone didn't want casual visitors down here.
Kidding me, right? Just casually standing.
I wonder if any of my spells will help me through this.
I don't want to deal with spiders. I don't want to deal with spiders. I don't want to deal with spiders. Oh.
Protego. Stupefy.
Lower level.
Levioso. Incendio. Protego.
Yeah, at least the ones here are going to be very good. I mean, we have to, right?
I'm not gonna touch those. Ugh.
Protego. Stupefy. Incendio.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, we might die here.
Levioso.
Come on.
Stupefy. Incendio. Levioso. Accio.
Challenges menu. Like what? Ooh, nice. Let's see. Oh, I do have a road there. Okay, cool. This one. I didn't there. Complete up. Sleek doing gloves. Have we even gotten the traits yet or not? I don't think.
Revelio.
Some gold. Climb through.
Revelio.
Like what? Segment between them. Support.
I wonder if I can move that platform somehow.
I'm sure.
Accio.
That's cool.
I'm glad Richard Jackdaw left a little something behind for me, but where could he be?
Revelio.
No, not that one. Not that
Accio.
one. I'm wondering now. So let's take those. I want to go this way. Is there anything over here?
Protego. Stupid.
Alright.
An untouched chest. Jackdaw wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave.
Oh, he ever said he was. Very good chance that he went the other way and died that way, and that was it.
Accio.
And nobody wants to deal with spiders.
Protego. Stupid.
Another puzzle. Well, if Jackdaw could solve this, so can I.
I thought you were dead.
Revelio.
Nice. Oh.
Remarkable.
Second. Did or you just lying? Lying to me. I don't know. Hard to tell.
Revelio. Accio. Levioso.
Guess I hit them up there, or so they're the tiny ones. Don't matter. Just tiny ones. I have the feeling I'm about to fight a giant spider.
Accio.
Let's get more. Okay.
It's a good thing Jackdaw didn't fall down there.
Came quite a ways though, Jesus. Kinda curious what's up here.
Revelio.
Really?
That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him.
Accio. Levioso. Protego.
Oh, Jesus!
Accio.
Yes, I realize I'm very much just kind of spamming left click. It's kind of not used to it yet. This is come on, man. The game, like, hey, going to walk into a trap that has a giant spider. Just want you to know that now. Like, how else could it be leading me to?
Accio.
It's the only conclusion.
Revelio.
Christ, this place is huge.
Accio.
That's kind can't go. Say for a student, he got pretty damn far. Like Jesus.
I'm glad Richard Jackdaw left a little something behind for me, but where could he be?
That's good. He was definitely looking for like a specific thing.
Revelio. Accio.
Joking, right? Okay.
Oh.
I'm gonna guess then that I have to pull you first. It's gonna be weird. Oh, you're not. Okay. Oh. Gotcha. Frustrating, but we got this.
Accio.
Damn good reason I don't like puzzles. This isn't hard, it's just... It's frustrating. This word. Why?
Levioso.
To repair that.
Reparo.
Oh. Fair enough. Back to the stealthy one.
Accio.
There we go. Again. I completely forgot where I was supposed to.
Revelio.
Away.
Accio. Revelio. Accio.
An untouched chest. Jackdaw wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave.
So now we do need something. Destroy this one. Let's see outfits. Destroy that. I got crappy little Quidditch. Serious. It's not for decent enough, so let's get rid of this. Question.
Accio.
Wait, did I just go this way for notes and then? Obviously not. Right. Yeah, fully another route, okay. Like, why the hell did I go all this way for loot, basically?
There it is. The bridge, it's almost complete. More spiders. These can't be what beheaded Richard Jackdaw.
Protego. Stupid. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Incendio. Accio.
Yep. There it is. Oh god.
Protego. Stupefy. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Accio. Levioso.
Farewell, monster. I can only imagine how these spiders have multiplied since Jackdaw came this way.
I think Kirby's going kind of iffy right now.
Revelio.
Nice. Fancy.
Must be getting closer to Jackdaw's remains and those pages.
Revelio.
Especially since we're not. Oh, wrong buttons. So eventually. So go to there. Have that already. See what those are. Let's go. Actually,
We meet again, Richard Jackdaw. Thank you for keeping these pages safe all these years. Here it is, the map that brought your doom, Jackdaw. Is there something beyond this room?
probably. I get the feeling we're gonna find out. Oh god, they're already attacking.
Levioso. Levio.
Ow.
Incendio. Protego. Stupefy. Expelliarmus.
I'm gonna just bring lightning down. This is awesome.
Levioso. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Accio.
Alright, bring it on. Come on. Yeah, I see you. Oh god. Look, more menacing. Oh, for good reason.
Levioso. Incendio. Accio. Expelliarmus. Incendio.
That's kind of your fault.
Accio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Accio.
Ooh.
Expelliarmus. Incendio.
It's been fun.
What? That's unnerving. What's happening?
Just a tad under.
I've seen this before. In Gringotts and the restricted section.
Sorry, check the cabbages. Those have been fun to see. Expensive to go through.
Where am I?
Well, if I know.
Oh no. The room's starting to flood. How am I being protected? What sort of magic is this?
Sweet magic.
I can only hope this magic protects me until I'm able to make my way out of here.
Agreed.
What is this place?
So assuming that would be like, what was the point of flooding that room though? It seems kind of pointless, honestly. Oh, let's go here. Okay. Because if you only can get into using the ancient magic, then what's the point of flooding it? Just to make sure you can use it? Double, triple checking.
Can it be?
Civil.
It's you.
Has someone finally found our map chamber?
I recognize you from the Pensives. You're Professor Rackham.
I am indeed. I must confess that I am surprised to see someone so young standing before me.
I'm the same age that you and Isadora Morganach were when you started at Hogwarts.
You've paid attention, and
Might I presume you share our ability?
To see traces of ancient magic? Yes, sir, I do.
As you have likely realized by now, our ability gives us a unique relationship with all forms of magic. We can access expressions of magic that few others can. Opportunities will arise that allow you to sharpen this rare talent. Do not squander them.
I won't, Professor. Thank you.
We have much to discuss. But first, a map found in a certain book led you here. Place the book on the pedestal.
I don't have the book with me, sir.
That is unfortunate. I'm afraid we must pause our conversation until you return with the book.
The statues and carvings in the house on the cliffside, those are of you. Are you a seer?
I am.
Did you know that I would be here?
I cannot say more at present, except to say that your presence here does not entirely surprise me.
I'm a bit confused, sir. Why is this room called the map chamber?
I assure you that all will be clear once the book has been placed on the pedestal.
Alright, cool.
Very well. I'll retrieve the book right away.
Good. We shall speak again once the book is in place.
Next ancient magic has unlocked talents. You will receive 1 talent time you increase of new talent points to spend. Okay. Earn talent points starting at level 5. You may spend these talent points as you wish. Just spells to increase your combat power. Stealth and more is wide. This may only be spent once, so the number of talents you would often to see what new core stealth requirements, spells, and dark arts. So check stealth out. Just sprint. Kind of get both. I'll try to be slightly more stealthy, like core. Nice. Successful Protego blocks will contribute. Don't dodge allows you to vanish quickly by spell set. Spell sets or swap sets with oh. So these are basically just getting stats, which is good. Spells. Mastery 0. Oh, I can't near. So pace. Ew, this is just tell you what, that's for sure. Dark arts. Oh, hold on. Let's just go core. I want you. This one just sounds cool. Well, useful. Stealth again. So we can't. And then and emanates an area like that can. Yes, and only because I want to use these more. Drive those. Alright. That is cool. That adds so much now.
I found the pages and the map chamber. Why would I need the book?
Here's the key.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Let's go ahead. That back on there. That like cool down, I'm guessing.
I'm back at Hogwarts. I wonder when Professor Fig will be back. I did promise him I wouldn't neglect my studies while he was away. Suppose I have enough to distract myself with till he returns with the book.
Still king.
Revelio.
I'll find him.
You need to learn Depulso, the banishing charm. Useful for pushing objects or adversaries away. Complete the required tasks and meet me in my classroom.
It's running. Oh. Oh. As much as I wanted to, we will end this here for the night. Tomorrow, let's go ahead and save it. It's been fun and tiresome. Starving. Let's see. It's for out. Yeah, 6 hours. I'm okay with that. Oh. Another day. Tomorrow, obviously. So, see you guys tomorrow.